complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and CDC, has warned that the country faces a high risk of importing the Ebola virus due to ongoing outbreaks in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. In a statement, the Director General of the NCDC, Jide Idris, said Nigeria currently has no confirmed case of Ebola, but noted that increased international travel and cross-border movement have heightened the risk of transmission into the country. The agency explained that its latest risk assessment classified the threat level as high because of continued outbreaks in neighboring African countries and the possibility of delayed detection due to similarities between Ebola symptoms and diseases such as malaria and Lassa fever. According to the NCDC, several Nigerian states have been identified as vulnerable because of their proximity to land borders, major transport routes, and international entry points. As part of precautionary measures, the agency said the National Emergency Operations Center has been placed on alert mode, while the country's incident management system has also been activated to strengthen coordination and preparedness. NCDC stated that Nigeria still maintains critical response structures developed from previous Ebola outbreaks, including trained rapid response teams, laboratory capacity, and emergency operations centers. The agency added that laboratories in states with international entry points have been placed on standby, while systems for sample collection and transportation are being strengthened for quick diagnosis of suspected cases. It also disclosed that public awareness campaigns have been intensified to combat misinformation and education Nigerians on Ebola prevention and response measures. The All Progressives Congress APC in Lagos State has released the names of candidates who emerged winners in the party's House of Representatives and State House of Assembly primaries ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement issued by the Lagos APC chairman, Cornelius Ojelabi, the party announced that 24 candidates secured tickets for the House of Representatives, while 40 candidates emerged for the Lagos State House of Assembly. Among the notable winners for the House of Representatives are James Faleke for Ikeja Federal Constituency, Mudashiru Obasa for Agege, and Babajimi Benson for Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Others include Fuad Laguda for Surulere 1, Fuad Atandalawal for Tiosa, and Wale Raji for Ekpe Federal Constituency. Party also announced Olabisi Adebanjo as the APC candidate for Alimosho Federal Constituency, making her the only female candidate among the party's House of Representative nominees in Lagos State. For the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mojisola Miranda emerged for Papa Constituency 1, while Musibau Lawal secured a ticket for Papa 2. Barakat Bakari Odunoga won the Surulere 1 primary, while Damilola Anyide Marshall emerged for Surulere 2. Other successful aspirants include Bolahan Yushawu for Etiosa 2, Adedamola Kasumu for Ikeja 1, and Temitope Adewale for Ifako Iyajaye 1. The APC said the primaries were conducted across the state in preparation for the 2027 elections. Suspected armed bandits have carried out fresh attacks in Kwara and Kebbi states, abducting several residents and setting parts of a traditional ruler's palace ablaze as concerns over worsening insecurity continue to grow across northern Nigeria. In Kwara State, the police command confirmed that armed bandits launched a coordinated midnight attack on the Shikara community in Baritan local government area. The attackers reportedly stormed the area at about 2 o'clock Monday morning, simultaneously targeting the Yashikara Police Division headquarters and the palace of the Emir of Yashikara, Alhaji Omar Seriki. Police and security operatives successfully repelled the assault on the police station, but the attackers abducted 10 people and set part of the Emir's palace on fire before fleeing. Residents said 3 wives and 4 children of a traditional ruler were among those kidnapped during the raid. Eyewitnesses disclosed that attackers arrived on motorcycles, fired sporadically into the air, and forced their way into the palace compound before abducting victims and burning vehicles within the premises. The Kwara State Commissioner of Police has since ordered a joint security operation involving the military, vigilantes and forest guards to rescue the victims and track down the attackers. Meanwhile, in neighboring Kebbi State, police confirmed the abduction of 13 residents of Tagaram village in Danko Wasago local government area following another midnight attack by armed men. According to the Kebbi State Police Command, the attackers invaded the village, shooting into the air before breaking into homes and abducting several adult male residents. Security operatives have intensified rescue efforts along border communities linking Kebbi and Zamfara State, where armed groups have continued to launch attacks on rural settlements. Nigeria's economy recorded a real gross domestic product growth of 3.89% in the first quarter of 2022, according to the latest report released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The figure represents an improvement from the 3.13% growth recorded in the corresponding period of 2025. According to the NBS, the agricultural sector posted one of its strongest performances during the quarter, growing by 3.15% compared to just 0.07% recorded in the same period last year. The industry sector also recorded growth of 3.5%, while the services sector expanded by 4.31% and remained the largest contributor to the economy. The services sector accounted for 57.73% of Nigeria's total GDP during the period under review. In nominal terms, aggregate GDP at basic prices stood at over 110 trillion naira, representing a year-on-year increase of 17.79%. The report also showed that Nigeria's average daily crude oil production dropped to 1.55 million barrels per day in the first quarter of 2026, lower than 1.62 million barrels recorded in the same period of 2025. Despite the decline in oil output, the oil sector still recorded real growth of 2.57% year-on-year, while the non-oil sector grew by 3.94%. The NBS attributed growth in the non-oil sector largely to telecommunications, crop production, trade, manufacturing, financial services, construction and road transportation activities. The non-oil sector contributed more than 96% to Nigeria's total GDP during the quarter. Still to come, Israel kills 3 in attacks on Lebanon, issues more displacement orders. Death toll rises to 4 in Philippines building collapse, 17 missing. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tension is rising among Muslims and cattle traders in India's West Bengal state ahead of Eid al-Adha festival following a crackdown on cattle slaughter and beef trade by the newly elected Bharatiya Janata Party government. Livestock markets in parts of West Bengal, including the Dulaghat cattle market near Kolkata, have witnessed low patronage as traders and buyers express fear over stricter enforcement of cattle slaughter regulations. Development follows the victory of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party in the state elections and a subsequent directive by the new state government to strictly implement a 1950 law regulating cattle slaughter. Under the law, cattle can only be slaughtered with official approval and a designated government-approved facilities, while animals must meet specific age requirements before slaughter. Traders say the stricter measures have severely affected business ahead of Eid al-Adha, a major Muslim festival during which many families traditionally sacrifice livestock. Several meat sellers and restaurant owners in Kolkata reported sharp decline in beef sales, with some businesses temporarily suspending beef-related products due to fear and uncertainty. Livestock traders also complained of heavy financial losses as cattle prices dropped significantly and many animals remain unsold in the markets. Chinese President Xi Jinping has reaffirmed Beijing's strong ties with Pakistan during talks with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in Beijing, describing the relationship between both countries as an unbreakable friendship. Speaking during a meeting at the Great Hall of the People, President Xi said China will continue to prioritize relations with Pakistan and deepen cooperation under what both countries describe as an all-weather strategic partnership. Xi praised decades of political, economic and security cooperation between Beijing and Islamabad, saying the two nations have consistently supported and trusted each other despite global changes. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, in response, described China and Pakistan as iron brothers with a relationship that remains unmatched. The visit comes at a time when Pakistan is playing an active diplomatic role in efforts aimed at easing tensions linked to the ongoing conflict involving the United States, Israel, and Iran. Pakistan's Army Chief General Asim Moni, who is accompanying Sharif on the trip, has reportedly been involved in mediation efforts between Washington and Tehran. Sharif thanked China for supporting peace initiatives in the Middle East, while Beijing commended Pakistan's role in promoting dialogue and stability in the region. China and Pakistan have also continued to strengthen coordination on regional security and economic matters, including cooperation linked to the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. At least 3 people have been killed in fresh Israeli air attacks in southern Lebanon as tensions continue to escalate despite an existing ceasefire arrangement. Lebanese state media reported that Israeli drone strikes targeted multiple vehicles in an Abatia area of southern Lebanon, killing at least 3 people. The attacks hit roads linking Kafr-Ruman, Jakmak, and Kadadali in the south of the country. Shortly after the strikes, the Israeli military issued new evacuation orders for residents of several villages in southern Lebanon, accusing Hezbollah of violating the ceasefire agreement. Israel's Arabic language military spokesman warned residents to leave their homes immediately and move at least 1 kilometer away from the affected communities ahead of expected military operations. Evacuation warning affected at least 10 villages, including Kafr-Ruman, Haruf, Ain Kana, and Maydam. Additional Israeli strikes were also reported in several southern Lebanese towns, while drones continue to fly over Beirut and its southern suburbs for a second consecutive day. Meanwhile, Lebanese President Joseph Aoun insisted that Israel's withdrawal from Lebanese territory remains a non-negotiable demand ahead of another round of talks expected in Washington. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem also rejected direct negotiations with Israel and maintained the group's refusal to disarm. At least 4 people have been confirmed dead, while 17 others remain missing after a building under construction collapsed in the Philippines. Rescue teams are continuing search operations at the site of a 9-story building in Angeles City, north of the capital, Manila. Authorities say at least 26 people have been rescued from the rubble since the structure collapsed on Sunday. Emergency responders retrieved 3 people alive on Monday, but 1 later died while another suffered cardiac arrest before being rescued. Officials also recovered another body from the debris as uncertainty remains over the exact number of workers trapped beneath the collapsed structure. Most of those missing are believed to be construction workers who were sleeping at the site when the building gave way. Accommodation tourist was also killed after debris from the collapsed structure, part of a nearby budget inn, where another guest escaped with injuries. Rescue officials say operations are being carried out manually due to fears that heavy movement could trigger further collapse and endanger both trapped victims and rescuers. And next is sports with Christopher Lely.
Rangers International FC have been crowned champions of the 2025/2026 Nigeria Premier Football League season after a 2-1 away victory over Ikorodu City FC on the final day of the season. The victory makes the Flying Antelopes MPFL champions for the 9th time in the club's history, making it remain one of Nigeria's most successful football clubs. Goals in each half from captain Chidebere Wobodo secured victory against the Lagos side, while Moses Ali pulled a goal back in the second half, which was not enough to deny Rangers the much-anticipated victory. The result rendered the emphatic 3-0 victory recorded by Rivers United and strong contender to the crown against Katsina United FC irrelevant. The title victory further strengthens Rangers' legendary status in Nigeria football, as it has remained the only club that has never suffered relegation from Nigeria's elite division. In tennis, Emma Raducanu struggled to explain her crushing 6-0, 7-6, 6-4 defeat at the French Open after bowing out in the first round for the first time in her career. The British #1 was playing just the second match of her comeback after a post-viral illness sidelined her for more than 2 months, but was sent packing by world number 68 Solana Sierra. Raducanu lost the first set in just 25 minutes, hitting 15 unforced errors. She mounted a comeback in the second set after being 1-4 down but still lost in a tie-back, and later admitted she couldn't explain the brutal Bajel set.
I feel down. Like I feel sad. Obviously this is a tournament I really want to do well in, so yeah, I think I did really well to get myself back in the match. I think after the first set I was, outplayed completely. I came across a very, in form today opponent, and she played really well.
In golf, Richard Stern ended a 13-year-long wait for a title on the DP World Tour as the South African claimed a 2-shot victory to win the Southern Open at the Ringven International Golf Club in Belgium. The 44-year-old started his final round 5 shots off the overnight leader Xander Lompard, who had held a comfortable lead over a closing pack of players before he unraveled in his final 5 holes, posting 2 bogeys and a double bogey to fall down to T8 on the leaderboard. Stern, meanwhile, flew out of the blocks on Sunday, making birdies on holes 1, 2 and 5 to jump to 16 under par. A bogey on the 8th hole followed, the blown blemish on his scorecard, but Stern rebounded, almost flying a meter wood from 276 yards out into the hole on the par 5 17th for an albatross. In cricket, Delhi Capitals completed a 40-run win over Kolkata Knight Riders to move above their opponents in the final standings of the Indian Premier League. Having scored 203-5 in their innings, Capital bowled out KKR for 163 to move 6th in the table. KKR had seen their playoff hopes snuffed out by Rajasthan Royals' victory over Mumbai Indians earlier in the day, and they were outplayed at Eden Gardens. Opener K. Eldrehu topped scored for Capitals with 60 from 30 balls, setting a platform that helped his side move past 200, having been put into bat. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely. Rangers International FC have been crowned champions of...
Now to entertainment news.
South African rapper Nasty C has credited Nigerian singer Wizkid for helping African music gain global recognition. Speaking during a podcast interview, the Zulu man with some power Krona stated that Wizkid's 2016 collaboration with Canadian superstar Drake on the hit song One Dance played a major role in opening international doors for modern African artists. According to Nasty C, the success of the collaboration gave Afrobeats a huge commercial boost, making the genre more profitable and influential across Africa. He added that media personalities in Nigeria and Ghana told him that some rappers began transitioning from hip-hop to Afrobeats because of the opportunities and financial success the genre started attracting after the release of the song. One Dance, which featured British singer Kyla, holds the Guinness World Record as the first song to surpass 1 billion streams on Spotify. The track, which blends Afrobeats, dancehall, and pop, is widely regarded as one of the songs that brought global attention to Afrobeats. Drake also previously acknowledged Wizkid's major contribution to the song, with Wizkid receiving credits as a co-songwriter, co-producer, and co-performer. Nigerian media personality and content creator Amarachi Amusi, popularly known as Ashmushi, has revealed that she is not under pressure to get married at the age of 30. Speaking during a recent episode of the Echo Room podcast, Ashmushi explained that freezing her eggs has given her peace of mind about becoming a mother in the future, even if the right partner does not come immediately. She stated that many women rush into marriage because of concerns surrounding the biological clock, adding that such pressure can lead to unhealthy relationships and wrong marital decisions. Ashmushi admitted that she once nearly married a man she knew was not ideal for her, simply because she felt desperate to have children before turning 35. According to her, preserving her eggs has removed the pressure, as she now feels confident about having children later in life through insemination if necessary. She also disclosed her desire to have a mixed-race child in the future. A public disagreement has erupted between Fina and social media activist Very Darkman following an accident involving Fina's sister Ruth. The controversy began after Ruth reportedly surfaced a severe crushing injury in an accident involving a Dangote truck near Auchi Polytechnic on August 31st, 2024. In response, Fina publicly demanded accountability and justice over the incident. Very Darkman initially showed support for the reality star during the early stage of the controversy. However, their relationship later turned sour after he accused Fina of allegedly demanding billions of naira in compensation from Dangote Group, citing leaked audio recordings. The situation escalated after Fina shared WhatsApp screenshots allegedly from September 2024, claiming they contained suggestive messages from Very Darkman. She alleged that the activist later turned against her after she rejected his advances. Very Darkman, however, dismissed the screenshots as manipulated or edited, pointing to alleged inconsistencies in the timestamps as evidence to support his claims.
But anyways, I told her to bring the evidence where I said I wanted to knock you. And then she posted some evidence. So we are going to analyze what she posted, right? So that we go really see. First things first, the evidence that she brought in was September 2024. As you can see, now she posted. When I say no date, because when she posted it, people were saying, why you no put date? She can't show the date. September 29, 2024, right? Was when she claimed this chat happened. See the time where Fina tell me about her sister, when Dangote the sister. 13th August, at around 12:44 a.m., 13 August, 2025. As you all know, all of now remember, now last year, 2025, this Fina sister matter happened. So, if this your set chart now, where carry 2024, September, and your sister thing happened August 2025. So why you now putting a narrative that now when you dey vulnerable, you come meet very dark man, and very dark man say he won't knock you?
And that's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Right, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
international communities observing every
right, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Or ya make you follow Unorodo? Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal can reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are live at Contact Gallery. We are here to see Uche Agonsi in his gallery. We are here to discuss more about arts, sculptures, painting, and the stories behind each and every one of them. So join us while we get some reviews with him. Good afternoon, sir.
From Signature TV.
Yes. Please.
Wow.
It's nice to meet you.
Welcome to Contact Gallery.
Yes. We're here to review some of your artwork and the whole mystery behind it.
Wow.
So are you ready for us?
Oh, yes.
All right. So, I like this particular one.
Wow. The title of the work is August Meeting.
August Meeting.
The saga and the menace that happens in August Meeting.
Okay.
In the time past, I did this work 2006.
Okay.
August Meeting issues were at the peak.
Yeah.
Women put a lot of pressures on the husband.
Mm-hmm.
Some people use that opportunity.
It still does, though.
But I think it's watered down now.
Okay.
But that time is something else.
Mm-hmm.
Women can even sell anything to go for August Meeting. So
yes.
they use that opportunity to do that kind of competition. So
all right.
I was able to capture the political class here.
Okay.
This is the wife of the former governor, former senator, former House of Rep, former power.
Okay.
So she now has less women behind her.
Okay.
I can see she's almost wearing nothing. She's wearing few diamonds, bling.
Yeah.
But this one is the present and the current wife of either governor, senator.
Yeah.
You can see she has enough PF. They're wearing bone.
Yeah, looking all flashy.
With their bling and everything. So it's just a display of power.
Mm-hmm.
But you cannot see the normal women that are
the viewers, the one watching them.
They're the ones that have been tormented, been harassed. So I just those onlookers.
Okay.
Watching the drama being created during August Meeting.
All right.
So I saw that I have to capture it in order to preserve it.
That's quite impressive. So okay, I love this particular one.
This painting, I did it after I joined anywhere. That was 2009. So I was able to study women and powers. I started the face of the woman or the womanhood.
Yeah.
Here you can see her face is blue, white, welcoming. Here she didn't know anything. She just a white material. Like now, everything people are talking about Acharu. That was Acharu up there. Okay. But the moment you introduce some power to this woman, that is calm, good, submissive, the moment you hand over power to her, the next thing her mouth becomes stronger. That's where the weapon is. Because sometimes you can't. Money, power is just an amplifier. You may say, the girl was nice before. What happened? The sudden married a governor, or she's now commissioner for this and this, and all of a sudden she manifests to this.
Okay, so we are sitting down because there's this particular artwork that caught my interest, and I really want to know the whole mystery behind it. So over to you, Uche. I can see a strong man with 6 packs beating a drum, but he has no head.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want you to tell me the whole drama behind it and why he's actually standing, he's not sitting.
Yeah, he's not standing.
Yes. So what's the whole mystery behind this particular artwork?
Okay, well, I did the artwork in 2000. This work has been to Egypt, this work has been to Germany, this work has been to Colombia, has been to England. I visited it in Abuja, but all the vision I tagged it not for sale. My concept behind this was Nigerian leadership. You can see this man is a drummer, he's making music, he's healthy. And the drum is making you want to hear the music. And at the base is the map of Nigeria. So meanwhile, the title of this work is my Nigeria, my country.
Okay.
So I felt bad when I discovered that all the resources we had, the only problem we had is leadership problem. And I have discovered that one can lose his hand, he still survives. You can lose your leg, you still survive. But you don't have head, you can't. And I've discovered that all the 5 senses are controlled by the head. The eyes, the tongue, the nose, the mouth. And these things are the things that forms leadership. Like today, even in Nigeria, a leader can wake up tomorrow and say, nobody will go out for 1 week.
Yeah.
Everybody will obey him. So if we have the useless or the uneducated one at the helm of affairs, it affects the whole body. So this is Nigeria. We have resources. Everything is working in Nigeria. Sometimes as a person, I always ask them, if you export all Nigerians to Canada and bring all Canadian citizens to Nigeria, without changing the leadership system, Nigeria will still become the mess it is. And the people in Nigeria will survive very well in Canada.
So like you said, you need someone that will be able to appreciate this art even when you're gone. And maybe by then Nigeria would have, gotten a good leader. So do you think whomever that will handle this art, maybe an artist like you, might complete it or something, maybe add a head to it by then?
No, he cannot. Because one good thing is this is an illustrative art. Or it's more like imaginary.
Yeah.
It's like an imaginary art. When Nigeria become better, because I believe in Nigeria, I know Nigeria will become better. There's a lot of prophecy, a lot of they say we almost got it during the last election. You saw the Biden movement and so one day I know whatever we are asking for will become actualized. That doesn't mean we have a physical head here anymore. But this will not represent a story that this was our dream. Now it's a reality. So that people will not know that culture and history need to be preserved.
This particular artwork got my interest. I'm seeing 3 houses in one. I'm seeing in, and I think there's an out.
Yes.
So tell us a little story about it.
Okay, I'm so passionate about this nation, Nigeria. So this is a political system in this country. You can see there is green, there is white colors. So this is a political structure in this nation. The entrance gate is so small because they love power. So you can see there's a lot of treasure. These are Aso Rock, different level of power, the president, the governor, and the senate. You can see the federal house, whatever. So they have a lot of treasure. But they will always fight, kill themselves to enter. But if they do, the exit door is so wide where they will loot. When you look at this thing, it looks so deformed because some of the rules are gone. You may think there's no money in this nation. But if you hear the level of money they loot when they leave government, after you'll be feeling, this money real?
One man that will be alive will be stealing 17 trillion, 15 trillion. And you know how many millions to
Yes.
get to a billion,
Yes.
to get to trillion. But you now look at Nigeria as a nation. You're not feeling the impact of the looting. If nothing changes, if they do road for us, we appreciate them. If they don't do, we'll still celebrate them. But there is wealth in this nation. So they won't even allow you to get in.
Yeah.
And if you succeed in getting in, you see what is here. And outside, you see, I use black.
Yeah.
So they paint this government as if nothing works in the government. We don't have money. We don't have this. Nothing. But you keep seeing the level of money. This EFCC people announcing that so and so man steals trillions. Some people steals as big as the whole nation budget. And you keep wondering, is this nation? And one thing about Nigeria, no matter how much they steal, the stuff is still standing. Our map has not deformed.
Yes.
The citizens are still alive.
So I can see some year difference. I'm saying 2003, 2009. I don't know what.
2013.
2013. So
yes,
why?
I was talking about these are the years we had a lot of political saga.
Oh.
So these are their peak. The peak of looting. You know, this is, I won't call them, but we know. These are their levels. So it was in 2013 till now that was, we now had the highest level of looting. You know, all those. But this nation still survives. And they are creating around Nigeria again that will equally rise with. But one thing I know is that we believe in this nation. No matter how much they do, we will still survive.
All right, so Mr. Agozi Uche,
yes,
you said a whole lot about art and your passion for Nigeria. You even described some artwork differentiating women then and now. So I want to ask you, what drives you? What influences you? What pushes you to do artworks like this?
Okay, you know, as a young man, I don't like the normal status quo. So I love experimenting. So I now discover that art is like a medium for me to express myself.
Okay.
You can hear that lady that talked about the presidents that are giving capital punishment. But with my art, I can talk and be free because it's real. So, and I believe in future. So sometimes if I see future, I can capture it now.
Yeah.
And sometimes I help people establish their vision. You tell me your vision, I can now turn it into an artwork that can help sustain you, like your vision box and this. So as a young man, I want to do things that are beyond, like in my family, nobody has studied arts. There's no artist in my lineage.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be a medical student.
But
I'm supposed to be, yes, I picked art because it's not the normal norm, everybody knows. So when I became an artist, they say, this is a strange cause to us, this is a strange subject. I said, don't worry, I'll make you proud. And today, by the grace of God, I was the best artist in the whole Nigeria 2008 with art. I've traveled abroad with art. I've eaten federal government money, in quotes.
You know, I'm about to ask you that question because I know art is there, but it has not really gotten there. Just the way we have Grammys Award, AMVCA Award, like globally. Do you understand? So I want to know, do artists, like you in particular, do you make money from this?
We don't make money in Nigeria. That's why most of these young artists do everything to leave this country. But you know, I told you I believe in this nation. The last time I did exhibition with the Japanese artists, they almost adopted me. They say for you to be a Nigerian, you're doing this level of ceramics. Like, you need to come to a nation.
Does it mean Nigeria do not appreciate artwork?
They don't, even federal government. There is no time you will hear the federal government organize an art auction or celebrate an artist, the like of Ben and Wong. They don't even give them an award, the like of Bruce or Blackbear. And sometimes you see most artists either enter into commercial, that now become artisans or crafts. When you produce an artwork, the normal people will ask you, we've not eaten, doctors to buy an artwork. And you see this chaotic disorder, even people that are building houses, they don't consult an artist. But like as a ceramics, automobile has us to do because we design the cars, like the car plug, those things in that car plug is ceramics. We make it. The windshield is ceramics, it's silicon. It's artists that does those things. But in this nation, trying to engage us, like when Innocent was doing, we tried even to get a logo. You know, the appreciation here is so low. And sometimes you see the white men come here, patronize us, carry our treasures and go. But this nation, They don't even organize an art competition. Talk less of. Even the other time I went to my alma mater, I felt like crying. There's no culture we are preserving, no nothing. So artists are on their own. Sometimes you see some artists, they dress rugged. Some of them, you find that becomes like mad people. In quotes, is because the patronage is so low.
So have you ever envisioned having events like this, like globally, just where we have Grammy, AMVCA, Headies and the likes? Have you ever envisioned it, and what expectations do you want from the government to make art more pronounced and exposed out there in our country?
Yeah, I have, my dear, countless times. You know, sometimes when you travel abroad, you see artists being commissioned by the government to do monumental work. People now come, pay tickets, go around the world. People can move around it. You know, doing an artwork that is 20 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet. These are some of the things that inspire me. And I believe that one day, somebody that is sane, that will get to government, some of our roundabout need to be beautified with some of our forgone culture. Like the coal miners need to be captured. You know, people cannot go around, have the history embedded on the body of the artwork. People cannot go like a tour on that artwork. I made a drawing for that. I made a sketch, 40 feet artwork that can have all these coal miners in it. You didn't see the light of the day. I've gone from one government to another. And I believe one day the right man will be there who will not understand what it takes and the place of art in our society and not patronize, because even when we are gone, our children will look at our art and remember the history and things are preserved.
I'm really glad to be at your gallery, and I'm really, really impressed with what I've seen, especially the works that tell so much about the challenges we have as a country, works that say so much about the dream we have as a country, works that so much about what can be done for the country to move on. I mean, you didn't deliver a speech, but you captured all of it in those works. You know, you talked about the politicians, you talked about the country without a head, we've talked about women, we've talked about Ohaneze. I mean, your work just speaks for itself, and I'm really, really, really impressed. And I want to say that the promise I made to you so many years ago, that I will support and my organization will support art, is coming to fruition. Today we are with you, looking at what you do and how you do it. And I want to reassure you and other artists in ENUGU and all over Nigeria that our Signature TV, we will partner with you. We will support you, we will support your work, and we are interested in taking up some of the responsibilities you talked about, responsibilities that government should take. And as I say, yes, government should take up responsibilities to use art as a money spinner, a money earner, foreign exchange earner for our country, by organizing exhibitions, organizing competitions, organizing a coming together of artists, that the individuals and companies should also support government and support the art. Because I've been around the world, and in a lot of places, endowment in the art is done by individuals and, you know, rich companies. So for us at Signature TV, we look forward to growing and being in a comfort zone where we can do the big things that we really want to do. But we'll take the low-hanging fruits like we are doing now. We have designed a program that is specifically for arts. We have designed a program that, you know, talks about the works of artists. And those are small things we are doing, which we hope that as the years go by, will grow even to make it even bigger. So once again, thank you for the opportunity of letting me into your gallery. And I here and now offer you, you know, a hand of friendship, a hand of partnership, that together we can do so much for the art world.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure. My pleasure. I'm so grateful, sir. I will always put a Sir V. Martin Ilo for being in Kuntasha Gallery today. Sir, you've been an inspiration to me, I must tell you, because some of these artworks I produce, you inspire them one way or the other. Because when you're at the corridor of power, I see a man with another spirit. You are not contaminated. You are like a catalyst. You are in their midst, but you're not consumed. So, and I've always seen a man with a bigger dream. Like today, I'm so glad that Signature TV has come to pass. This is a dream you had almost 25 years ago. It's not something you cook up yesterday night. And even the name Signature means this is final set of television. You are now putting your signature on it. Even the name is so unique, it's so artistic. It's something that is outstanding. So I am so overwhelmed that you made it to my gallery today. And with these promises you made, sir, I'm giving you my 100% support, because I didn't know you last year. I've seen you work with individuals. I've seen you work with corporate bodies. I've had your testimonies. I've experienced it. And I know you can never change, because you're a man of integrity. See how you visited my gallery. You didn't send, just go to the gallery and cover. You came in a person. That means that you value what I'm doing and you value my person. So I am so grateful. And I love what you have been an art collector. If you get to your house, it look like a gallery. You've been patronizing all other artists, helping us to eat, helping us to have shelter, helping us not to get the drugs. Some of us have been tempted to even go into Yahoo or whatever. But when we remember men like you who always come and look at this talent and say, I like what you're doing, I want to patronize you, it keeps us going. The rate of suicidal thoughts in the society, people like you are reducing it. And people are not giving up. So thank you so much. I am ready to partner with Signature TV, because something about me is excellent. I have it as a gift. So with you on board, sir, count me in. I'm so grateful working with you.
Thank you.
Thank
it
you
was
so
a pleasure
much,
coming here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for watching. I'm sure you had so much fun, and I'm sure you've gained a whole lot. I'm sure, yes, we had so much talking about Nigeria, our country, the whole art, the Aso Rock, and of course the one that got me more interested, the woman that transferred from the wife material to the woman with power. And I'm sure that you will see that Mr. Uche Agunze has said a whole lot about our country, Nigeria, and about them not giving artists the opportunity to come out and showcase themselves, making it an art event to go global. So I pray like he prayed that our country and the head will do something about it. Thanks for watching, and join us same time.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
international communities observing every
right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Tuesday, the 26th day of May 2026. Thank you so much for joining us on the program and for starting your day with us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and we'll take a break. When we return, we'll look at what is making the headlines on the dailies this morning. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Now, let's start off strong with the Punch newspaper. And looking at the headlines, it says Dangote faces price war as NNPC backs fuel imports. With rider, NNPC urges courts to dismiss Dangote's suit. Marketers back competition, warn against monopoly risk. Refinery says import licenses undermine local production. Wike on page 18 says that Fubara's exit from governorship race aligns with peace pact. Eid, federal government declares holidays, steps up security nationwide. On page 18, INEC appeals ruling voiding primaries. FG cancels $717 million World Bank power loan amid blackouts. Southwest insecurity, Igboho awaits FG nod to launch outfit. My brother's beheading haunts me daily, or your teacher's sibling. Bandits kidnap Kwara Monarch's family, attack police station. Now that covers the Punch newspaper, so let's look at the Nigerian Tribune. The Nigerian Tribune says INEC appeals election guidelines judgment, seeks stay of execution. MBS says Nigeria's GDP growth rate slows to 3.89%. Bandits invade Kwara community, raise Emir's palace, abduct 10 on page 26. Now looking at the Vanguard newspaper, page 5, major headline. 2027 presidency, opposition parties in disarray as factional candidates emerge. SDP, ADC, PDP caught in the web. Results of PRP ADC primaries ready today. Atiku favored to pick ADC ticket, get endorsements from states. Oyo school kidnap. Government under pressure as abductors demand ransom. We won't spare resources to rescue victims. Makinde. Family of beheaded teacher demands recovery of body. Above the mass, Nigeria's GDP growth rises 3.89% in Q1 2026. Intervene in mass killing of Nigerians rather than rhetorics, PFN tells Tinubu. Warri constituency delineation. Thugs attack protesting Ishekiri youths at INEC HQ. INEC appeals judgment voiding timelines for 2027 polls. NCAA airline operators bicker over debts. Idul Adha, FG declares Wednesday, Thursday public holiday. And finally on the Vanguard, Pope apologizes for Vatican's role in justifying slavery. Let's look at the Nation newspaper. Page 3 says Atiku leads Amechi Hayatuddin in ADC shadow election. INEC appeals verdict voiding timeline on party register. Electoral agency asks courts for stay of execution. News page 30 says why court favors DSS in defamatory suit against Serap. Money Point Group launches 3 billion naira innovation hubs in varsities. On page 27, 1.5 million pilgrims kick off Hajj on Mount Arafat. And page 6, Wike knocks Fubara for picking nomination form. APC begins post-primary poll reconciliation. Nigeria, Turkey seal deal on solid minerals on page 2. Kwara to deploy drones against bandits, terrorists. And Wednesday, Thursday are Eid holidays on page 6. Over to the Daily Trust newspaper. It says that bandits attack Emir's palace. Wives, children, others kidnapped. 2027, Jonathan knows fate on eligibility today. ADC to announce presidential candidates as 3.4 million members vote. Why Abuja Kaduna Road gridlock persists. Cleaner bags 20 years for killing boyfriend. INEC appeals judgment nullifying guidelines for party primaries, others. And finally, on the Daily Trust newspaper, supply shortage, high depot prices shoot up gas price. And that covers our newspaper headlines this morning. And it's time to review those headlines with Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Richard. And good morning, our dear people who have joined us from different parts of the world this morning again. It's one cool morning in ENUGU here, and we are welcome again to Signature Morning Newspaper Review.
Of course. So, starting off with the Punch, it says that Dangote faces price war as NNPC backs fuel imports. NNPC urges the courts to dismiss Dangote's suits. Marketers back the competition, warn against monopoly risk, and the refinery is saying that import licenses undermine local production.
Of course, the argument is very clear. Despite the fact that we do not want monopoly, despite the fact that we know that the importing has rendered all our effort to produce locally what God has given us, to refine locally what God has given us in abundance. Despite the fact that we know there is a lot of corruption and sleaze and red tapes and greed in oil and gas. Despite the fact that we know that NNPCL has outlived their usefulness, they now trade fuel, they import and export, they damage and manage, and the government keeps them there. Despite all these facts, we're going to court to argue whether we will keep importing fuel to make sure they compete with Dangote. When Dangote produces and want to bring down the price of fuel, the marketers imported and they will sabotage Dangote, because what Dangote will produce locally will make their greed to kill Nigerians and squeeze blood money out of us and smile to the banks doesn't work. This is all the argument. If people do not understand what it is. If we leave free market for oil, which they try to do with downstream deregulation, what it means is any amount you buy, you sell. And if you are producing locally, it means whatever it costs you to produce, that's what you put your market price. Nobody should come and regulate how much you sell. But the same marketers and NNPCL has forced Dangote, it will sell at their price. If they put their own at 985, everybody will sell at that, because that's what the import says. Where there was a time Dangote was producing and wanted to sell at less than 800 naira, they were against him. So who are they deceiving? Nigerians know the truth. Who is sending the fuel out from Nigeria? Where do they buy the crude? Where are the source of import? Who owns those refineries? Nobody has asked questions. The same mafias who steal Nigerian crude, drop it there, go and refine and bring there, are controlling the situation. The same mafia, wicked mafia of oil and gas. Now, the same government is aware of this, gave Dangote a license to produce. When they gave Dangote a license to produce locally and have what they call that kind of refinery, they gave other people license. Bua has license. I learned one other organization have license. Who has stopped them from producing to compete with the market? The same thing and 10 pays, according to my father. The same pot is boiling and cooking corruption in oil and gas. They know. They stop all this going to court. Dangote do this. Do they really have free market? As the market of oil and gas deregulated, why are the exporters and the importers fighting to keep importing? Why wouldn't the government be saying, like they do in utilities, all utilities, the producer might set tariff, but somebody regulating might set the price to suit the people. And then, why is it that that thing that God gave us in abundance in oil and gas is what we refine, that's what we're buying highest in Nigeria? We import things cheaply from abroad, increasing their employment and market, international market abroad. But whatever we have here, we will come back. Who did this to us? Why is our corruption and greed and wickedness so excessive and satanic proportion? People are losing trust. And they've lost trust. Whatever they see in Nigeria, all these things they're talking, nobody is interested. People are just, if you can buy fuel, you buy. If you can't buy, you drink. But those people are counting this. We have a government who should step in. Even as election is coming up, nobody is talking about that. They're still doing that's why what they believe that whatever they're doing, they still find a way of struggling to get back. If they depended on Nigeria for this coming election, maybe a certain level of assuasion, certain level of succor would have been brought to the people. Why are we going to the pool in 2027 on this level of suffering index, hardship index? What are we going to mention? Anything you say is like you're against anybody. But this is past anybody. It's like everybody is involved. But nobody is talking. What is the season of plan to get back to Abuja? You can see that state elections of House of Assemblies, local governments do not carry the kind of force. Abuja is where they have everything. They have enough money to fly in, fly out. They have armored cars to carry them from 5 minutes drive from their place, their estate to the National Assembly. What else do they do? Wake up in the morning, they drive you 5 minutes to the National Assembly in Abuja. That's all they're using armored cars now because they can't drive it in Nigerian roads. And they know why. And nobody is talking. That's why the thing is paining me every day. But hey, I can't cry more than the bereaved. Nigeria, okay. I'm just one maybe very minute among when they say 240 million Nigerians or more than that or less than that, depending on what the insecurity has done to our population. I can't even count. Even they count, they can't even remember I exist. But then, since I have this mouth and this position to be reviewing the evil that happened from our national newspaper, I'm still saying it for whoever cared to listen.
Okay, INEC has come out to appeal verdicts voiding timeline on party register, and they are asking the courts for stay of execution. What is
INEC Wahala? INEC is an umpire. It's like a referee in a football league. The people who are going to play the match say this is the convenient time. This was some wonderful things that happen in Nigeria. The INEC will not say, okay, it is your match. It is your game. It's your league. Whenever you are ready, let's fix the time. My own job is whenever we are playing, I will stick to rules to umpire, to referee. But it is a referee that is becoming idiomatic in determining when parties who are going to play the match will play. And they ask me, for who are they going to court to make sure that their timetable stays? For Nigerian political parties? The same political parties you are going to referee, you are forcing them to. So what that means, you are not objective referee. Already, by going to court against political parties, ordinarily the logic is that INEC is against the political parties they are going to umpire. So why should I be going to court against people and going to referee? It's the parties, the political parties and politicians that will go to court. When they finish, I will say, are you through? When have you guys agreed to what will be the timetable for the game? My job is to referee. But the referee is being the regulator. He's setting the timetable. He's forcing going to court. He's suing and being sued. And so this whole thing is totally confusion. If you analyze this to a simple analysis, you will be asking Nigerians, where are we? Where are Nigerians on all this? What is happening? I don't understand. I am reviewing Nigerian headlines newspaper according to my understanding. For those of you who are eggheads, the grey heads, the academicians, the philosophers, where are you? Come and convince me otherwise. I'm getting confused every day. Uche, I think they'll find another person to do this job. This thing is every day you get confused. Nothing joins. I need to go to court to appeal that the parties will say extend the time for us. I don't. So if you force them and make them not to meet deadlines, who are you going to do the referee when they are coming at a disadvantaged position? And you call yourself objective. From what go is tainted. If you look at it, why should I be going to court with somebody who will be my referee? It's total crazy.
All right, bandits have attacked the emir's palace, and his wives and children and others have been kidnapped.
Yes, that's the normal story, Nigeria. Anywhere you ask, like this thing my mom used to say, but if I said most people won't understand. He said when somebody dies, is another corpse, probably the living one, that will shout, "Hey, Ozunwo, Ozueticha," meaning we are all in Nigeria potential victims of banditry and terror. So when you hear another story, you say, "Hey, that's the allusion of my mother of Ozunwo, Ozueticha." Now another bandit and terror event has happened. What Nigeria say? Hell, that's all. What do our leaders and security forces say? We are on it. We are working on it. And then government, when they remember, if they are not too busy with the politics, we now condemn or maul, all those, they just want to change few words. Because only the numbers change. If it's the government condemn the abduction for 40 or yours pupils and teachers, then this time it's the emir and his wives. And the government will condemn the abduction of emir and his wife and children and families and people working in the palace. What else? Have you heard anything since yesterday or 2 days ago that this happened? Nigerians are overwhelmed. They know. They are watching. They know. The people who are fighting insecurity, they know. You know where it pains me? Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, come openly. If he had said it with his cabinets, that whatever plan he's making, he come openly. He won't spare resources. What does that tell you? That whatever the bandits demand for it, they will be given to release the abducted. Which neither here nor there, because people begin to argue, they will say, but the same government of Nigeria at all levels said they would negotiate with bandits. But negotiating with bandits has become the order, because this Oyo State will be the first state governor to negotiate. So it become a rule among the governors. So the business continues. Once you succeed, it's like illegitimate substance thing business. If you take the risk and succeed, you become big man. If they catch you, if NDLA catch you, you go in. So everybody is planning to go into banditry and terror. You succeed, you ask for ransom, the government will give you. If you fail, you die with it. And the money involvement is enough for all those people to go into it, and either they die or they get the money. When people are asked 500 million, it's gradually moving. Very soon you hear billions, trillions. So which state government industry can send a return to the state of that kind of money in a year or even 20 years of working? So a new business has opened in Nigeria. The only thing they would do now is to find the Ministry of Trade and Finance and Trade to get involved and regulate. Otherwise, you can't even say what is happening in Nigeria insecurity situation, where it's coming from, who are involved. Because once in a while, the wind will blow and you see the backside of chicken. That some of the people are dogs that are eating the bones hung over their necks. They are looking at my mouth to see what I'm going to. I've only put it this way. Let the people who were wearing clothes and they're taking their bath, then they know themselves. But 240 million Nigerians, of course, the remaining, I think 230 million, because about 10 million has gone through banditry and terror insecurity. The remaining 230 are potential victims that it can happen any day. As we are talking that it's happening in Kwara, it happened in Kwara, it happened in Oyo, the more actions of bandits and terror with alacrity, if there's anything like that, with all confidence and boldness are taking place in Nigeria. I give up there. That's my analysis. Whatever the securities are doing, let them step it up. Or the presidency has told everybody to sit up and defend themselves. So, but the question is, with what? Honestly, if there are people are given what to defend themselves with, I would have taken a step further, because this thing has overwhelmed all the security apparatuses of Nigeria. And even the security apparatuses of Nigeria have some rehabilitated and reformed bandits and terrorists among them. And now you can't even predict whether there's what they call in sickness. What they call that, when the sickness is going, you go back into, a relapse. Whether the people they rehabilitated relapsed and they are now being like going to plant maize with squirrel in our bags. Only God can say. But no matter how we lay our mats, we lie on it. This is Nigeria.
Okay, so let's take this last one about Fubara and Wike. So Wike says that Fubara's exit from the governorship race aligns with peace pacts, and another newspaper says that Wike knocks Fubara for picking nomination form.
That's it. I did the allusion. My father told me a story of a man who does not have wife and children. He grew too old that he cannot do anything for himself. So the social workers normally visit his house to help him do clean up, do everything. And so one of the days, the social workers came, clean up bushes. Even under his mat, there were snakes that the man, when he comes back, he lie down, he will know snakes are there and they will die under his weight. And also when they clean up the whole house, they look at the man's teeth and they find out the man has a lot of agbidiga in his teeth, what they call it in the dentist call it. And then they told the man, we are going to now brush your teeth for you. The man said, you have done everything. What brushing my teeth now is killing. Now that's funny. After all the peace talks, every week and Fubara entered. The one that came that is like killing Fubara is like, you will not go for second tenure. Do you agree? So if Fubara had agreed, or probably it's like Aburi Accord. that 886 page of Yakubu Gowon must respected did, and he mentioned about Aburi, that Aburi, he had fever when Aburi was taking place. And then when he came back, the fever cleared and he reneged on Aburi Accord. So probably the River State Accord signed in government Aso Rock, that Fubara may not have understood it very well. He might have had fever then. When he came back to Port Harcourt, the fever cleared and he wanted to pick the form. And we can now hit him and say, don't you remember what we signed? That the idea is that you don't, when you see nomination form, run! So that peace will exist. But what I notice in peace process is that wherever there is peace, there's somebody who is bearing the blunt. Probably for the peace, political peace of River State, Fubara is being given the burden of it to bear. But let's also know that when they carry another man's corpse, it looks like carrying dead wood. Is it right? That's the morality of the peace accord. Is it right? Is it noble? Is it good that all the state governors who are making the career of ruling their states among Fubara, all of them are getting ticket for second tenure? Only Fubara, for the sake of peace brokered by the president between him and his godfather, Nyesom Wike, the honorable chief, is that what he's going to pay for it is that he should not smell second tenure. Not this time. Not while Wike is part of that. Like I said, one of our analysts said, if you are not part of an agreement, you are not there when the corpse is buried. When you come, they say they force you to exhume that corpse. You start from anywhere you think is the head, where they place the head. So we are all, scratching the surface of whatever the agreement that existed between Honorable Nyesom Wike and His Excellency Sim Fubara, the governor of River State, and whoever brokered the peace. Those are the things. Whatever we are reviewing, the one the newspaper tell us, he said, don't pick the form, you pick the form, not those ones that. The main issue we have not heard from them. And it's only better settled by them. But I know, and I end this way, that whenever you decide to have a friend who have very bad waist, remember, whenever you are going anywhere with that friend, it is your responsibility to be carrying that friend up or carrying down, depending on the situation. So, Wike, Honorable Nyesom Wike and Governor Sim Fubara, they should go and settle their case, because they are trying to drag a lot of people into their whatever agreement they have that they cannot settle very well. And they have consumed the head of so many people. Either you are sacked or you are made a political outcast or so many things, or you looked at you with bad eye. I think it's them only that can solve this problem.
Of course. Yeah. Well, that brings us to the end of our newspaper review this morning.
This is the end of newspaper review this morning. Thank you, Uche. I thought it never end. And I say God bless everybody who has been part of this morning review. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you again. God bless you, Che. God bless Signature TV. God bless me. We should note, as we expect God blessing, we should know that God gives his blessings to those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Well, a very big thank you to Chris Maduka for the review this morning. That is what we have on our newspaper headlines and review segment of the program. Signature Morning will be back after now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
South African rapper Nasty C has credited Nigerian singer Wizkid for helping African music gain global recognition. Speaking during a podcast interview, the Zulu man with some power Krona stated that Wizkid's 2016 collaboration with Canadian superstar Drake on the hit song One Dance played a major role in opening international doors for modern African artists. According to Nasty C, the success of the collaboration gave Afrobeats a huge commercial boost, making the genre more profitable and influential across Africa. He added that media personalities in Nigeria and Ghana told him that some rappers began transitioning from hip-hop to Afrobeats because of the opportunities and financial success the genre started attracting after the release of the song. One Dance, which featured British singer Kyla, holds the Guinness World Record as the first song to surpass 1 billion streams on Spotify. The track, which blends Afrobeats, dancehall, and pop, is widely regarded as one of the songs that brought global attention to Afrobeats. Drake also previously acknowledged Wizkid's major contribution to the song, with Wizkid receiving credits as a co-songwriter, co-producer, and co-performer. Nigerian media personality and content creator Amarachi Amusi, popularly known as Ashmushi, has revealed that she is not under pressure to get married at the age of 30. Speaking during a recent episode of the Echo Room podcast, Ashmushi explained that freezing her eggs has given her peace of mind about becoming a mother in the future, even if the right partner does not come immediately. She stated that many women rush into marriage because of concerns surrounding the biological clock, adding that such pressure can lead to unhealthy relationships and wrong marital decisions. Ashmushi admitted that she once nearly married a man she knew was not ideal for her, simply because she felt desperate to have children before turning 35. According to her, preserving her eggs has removed the pressure, as she now feels confident about having children later in life through insemination if necessary. She also disclosed her desire to have a mixed-race child in the future. A public disagreement has erupted between Fina and social media activist Very Darkman following an accident involving Fina's sister Ruth. The controversy began after Ruth reportedly surfaced a severe crushing injury in an accident involving a Dangote truck near Auchi Polytechnic on August 31st, 2024. In response, Fina publicly demanded accountability and justice over the incident. Very Darkman initially showed support for the reality star during the early stage of the controversy. However, their relationship later turned sour after he accused Fina of allegedly demanding billions of naira in compensation from Dangote Group, citing leaked audio recordings. The situation escalated after Fina shared WhatsApp screenshots allegedly from September 2024, claiming they contained suggestive messages from Very Darkman. She alleged that the activist later turned against her after she rejected his advances. Very Darkman, however, dismissed the screenshots as manipulated or edited, pointing to alleged inconsistencies in the timestamps as evidence to support his claims.
But anyways, I told her to bring the evidence where I said I wanted to knock you. And then she posted some evidence. So we are going to analyze what she posted, right? So that we go really see. First things first, the evidence that she brought in was September 2024. As you can see, now she posted. When I say no date, because when she posted it, people were saying, why you no put date? She can't show the date. September 29, 2024, right? Was when she claimed this chat happened. See the time where Fina tell me about her sister, when Dangote the sister. 13th August, at around 12:44 a.m., 13 August, 2025. As you all know, all of now remember, now last year, 2025, this Fina sister matter happened. So, if this your set chart now, where carry 2024, September, and your sister thing happened August 2025. So why you now putting a narrative that now when you dey vulnerable, you can't meet very dark man, and very dark man say he won't knock you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning. Coming up next is an interview with Chief Ominimini Obiwebi, and we discuss 2027 political build-ups and what Niger Delta is bringing to the negotiating table. Program.
Thank you very much for having me.
Now, as you know, conversations around 2027 are growing and are building up. In your opinion, where exactly does the Niger Delta stand politically in all of these movements and alignments? What is the mood of the Niger Delta people? Where do they stand at the moment?
At the moment, the Niger Delta people feel that they are not in the scheme of things in Nigeria, because the things we fought for, our leaders fought for at independence, they are nowhere to be found. Before the independence of Nigeria in 1960, we were the minority, and that led to the setup of the Willis Commission. And at independence, we negotiated for a country where everybody will control their resources and pay tax to the center. At the moment, you now have Nigeria government collecting our resources 100% and give us what is called 30%. Even that 30% is not up to 30%, because by the time you remove what the IOC collects, it is the remaining they give us 30% from. Therefore, Niger Delta people are canvassing that we should control our resources, just like the way Northerners take 100% of their resources. The Northerners take 100% of their lithium, of their gold, of their tin. And in Niger Delta, the federal government is breathing on our oil and gas and share to the entire Nigeria. So we are calling for resource control. It is only through federalism, resource control, that can of Niger Delta. We are also saying that the constitution of this country, which is called 1999 Constitution, is not a true constitution of the people. The constitution we had last, which is the people's constitution, is the 1963 Constitution, before the military came in 1966. So we should revert back to the 1963 Constitution that provides for true federalism, where people control their resources and pay tax to the center, where people grow at their own pace. That is what we, the people of Niger Delta want. You cannot allow artisanal gold mining and disallow artisanal refining of what we call coal fire in Niger Delta. As far as you allow the ED resources 100% in northern Nigeria by collecting their gold, the government should allow us to control our resources. We are ready to pay tax to the center. So the 1999 Constitution has failed woefully because it was dictated by the military and handed over to Nigeria. So they said in that Constitution that we, the people of Nigeria, there was never a time where we, the people of Nigeria, met and wrote that 1999 Constitution. So that commencement phrase, we, the people of Nigeria, is false, and it cannot stand the test of time. That is why you see things are upside down. So at the moment, we, the people of Niger Delta, are aligning with leadership that can give us the control of our resources, which is called resource control. And we pay tax to the center for the center to maintain territorial integrity and international diplomacy. That exclusive list as enshrined in 1999 Constitution is too much for the federal government. We are aligning with any leadership that can devolve power to the state, which is the sub-unit, sub-national, or what can be called federating unit. We want a country with federating unit that control their resources and pay tax to the center. For example, President ENUGU has read out the ports that will be rehabilitated. We have 3 ports in Delta. We have Burutu Port, we have Sapele Port, and we have Warri Port. None of these 3 ports are touched. So we are calling on President ENUGU to ensure that the ports that have been earmarked for rehabilitation, revamping, Sapele Port is included, Burutu Port is included, and Warri Port is included. The colonial master established Burutu Port, Sapele Port before moving to Lagos. But today, it is only Lagos Port that is functioning. And because we have been crying that they should revamp the ports in Niger Delta, that is why they come up with the political revamping of some ports in Niger Delta. But we know it's political because the money the federal government borrowed from United Kingdom is channeled towards the rehabilitation of ports in Lagos. They did not include ports in Niger Delta. Now that election is coming by, they are now saying they want to revamp some ports in Niger Delta. It's purely political. We want to see what they will do between now and election, because it is not just saying it with mouth. You must take action and let it work.
All right, Chief Obi, if you can hear me now, you've spoken about the things that need to be done in the Niger Delta, particularly with regards to resource control and also the ports as well. But let's talk about the negotiating power of the Niger Delta, because what leverage does the Niger Delta have? What would you say are the biggest bargaining chips that the Niger Delta brings into this 2027 conversation that would push for these reforms and changes that you've spoken about?
We are aligning at the moment with political parties that can deliver our mission and vision. We have discovered clearly that the APC will not do Niger Delta good. From what we have seen and what we are saying, the Niger Delta development is not on the agenda of the All Progressive Congress. That is why we are now discussing with political parties that have our interests at heart. At the moment, we have a merging political party. We have NDC, Nigeria Democratic Congress is a party Niger Deltas are looking at moment to know whether we can survive in that party. We are also aware that the People's Democratic Party is on the wake up. But at the moment, there is crisis also in PDP. But at the moment, our people of Niger Delta are looking at two political parties. One, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, and two, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So most of our people are in NDC. We learned that Goodluck Jonathan will run in PDP. So, but whether he has made up his mind or he hasn't, we do not know. So all we hear is that people have voted for him. But I can tell you very clearly that Peter Obi and Kwankwaso ticket is also well embraced by the people of Niger Delta. So our leaders at the moment, they are talking to leaders of the various political parties, Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, and so forth and so on. So at the end of the day, before the general election, the leadership of Niger Delta will come up so clearly, like what Chief Clark, our leader, used to do. You know, we don't sit at the back, and we do not sit on the fence. When Chief Clark was alive, Chief Clark declared very openly in the past general elections that this is where Niger Delta should go. And Niger Delta went that way. So in 2027, before the general election, the leadership of Niger Delta, PANDEF, and also in collaboration with the Middle Belt Forum, will come out very clearly. Also in collaboration with Ohaneze Ndigbo, we, the leadership of Southern Nigeria, will come out clearly where we should go. But as I speak to you, NDC has come out with their candidate. That is Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. And that is the one that is known now. So our people are buying forms in NDC. Our people are not queuing behind NDC. So, and also some of our people are also queuing behind PDP. That is not to say that some of our people are not in APC. But before the general election, the leadership of this region will come up and give directive to our people where to go. We are grateful to Saraki Dixon, who is a son of the soil, a former governor, a distinguished senator, to have come up with a relief, because one-party system is not good. Nigeria was almost becoming like one-party system. But with the help of a leader, a prominent leader, like distinguished Senator Saraki Dixon and others, have come out with alternative. When people have alternative, it is better for democracy. We are commending Senator Saraki Dixon to have come out to bring up a party as alternative, party of choice, also to the people of Niger. Hello.
Now, following, looking at the years of agitation and negotiations and calls for reforms and improvements in the Niger Delta, what standpoint would you say that the Niger Delta is approaching the 2027 and also, the political movement and alignment? Would you say that the Niger Delta is approaching it from a standpoint of partnership with, Nigeria and the Nigerian state, or would you say that it is approaching it from a standpoint of accumulated frustration with how the Federation has operated? I would like to get exactly which of the two the Niger Deltans are coming from. Is it from a place of frustration of how things have been handled, or are they coming from a point of partnership with the Nigerian state for improvement?
We are coming out from a strong point of view. We remain resolute, we are bold, we are courageous. The Nigerian government has oppressed us for many years. It's not just this administration. Age-long administrations in Nigeria government, have oppressed the people of Niger Delta. And this is the time we can rewrite our destiny. So we are talking with the various blocs in this country. It is those that see our plight. It is those that know our plight. It is those that want to bring solution to us that we shall follow, that we shall partner with. In fact, we are highly educated. There's no community in Niger Delta where you do not have lawyer, where you do not have medical doctor, where you do not have scientists, where you do not have professors. We are well connected all over the world, but we have just been too lenient for Nigeria state. We have just been too docile. In fact, that is why we want to rewrite our destiny. Just imagine, look at all the parastatals of a government we have in the oil industry. Look at midstream and downstream. Look at NUPROC. Look at NNPC. What stops a Niger Delta in becoming the chief executive officer of NNPCL? But each time they constitute the board of NNPCL, they give us non-executive member. That is unfair. If this oil were to be in Western region purely, or were to be in Northern Nigeria purely, there's nobody from Niger Delta that will be chief executive officer of NNPCL. But today, they either make Northerner or make a Yoruba man. The man you have today, Ojulari, is a Yoruba man from Kwara State. So what stops President Tinubu in showing difference from what other presidents did by giving the chief executive of NNPCL to a Niger Delta? In fact, they did not also give us executive member. They gave us a non-executive member. That is unfair. You can see the oppression against the people of Niger Delta from everywhere. But because of our knowledge, because of our strength, we are going to take off from a position of strength, not position of weakness. There's nothing we do not know. There is nothing we do not have. All we need to do is to remain united, because some of our children that have been appointed at the federal level, they are docile. When they come to office, they begin to operate as if they are slaves. We have also gotten some appointment. So at the federal level, even though not meaningful, because when they give us the Minister of Petroleum, they made us Minister of State. Have you seen where a ministry will have Minister of State without substantive ministry? It is unfair. Why should Mr. President make himself to be a substantive minister? Before you can become a minister, you must go to the National Assembly to face the National Assembly before you can become a minister. So if Mr. President wants to be substantive minister of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, he should go to the National Assembly and go for screening. So today...
Of course, Chief Obiowebi, if you can hear me. All right, it looks like we...
Minister. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief Ominimini Obiobi, for joining us this morning and for giving us your thoughts on this particular issue. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The atmosphere was calm as former Deputy Governor of Gombe State, Lazarus Yoriwa, Minority Leader of Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Charity, and others were received by the National Leader of the Nigerian Democratic Congress in Abuja.
Welcome you to the party that is now there to salvage Nigeria. A party that is out to promote good governance, unify our country, fight and defeat insecurity and terrorism, promote economic prosperity, promote women and youth inclusion, and take Nigeria back to the top where we used to be.
Speaking during the reception of new party members, Senator Seraki Dixon said the NDC will be focused on promoting good governance, national unity, economic prosperity, and greater inclusion of women and youth in leadership. The former Bayelsa governor further says NDC is an ideological party committed to principle-based politics and respect for democratic processes and the rule of law.
We know that these are electioneering times, and politics is fueled by ambitions. And I used to teach people that in this game, all ambitions are legitimate. All legitimate. They are legitimate and they are all equal. It's the duty of the party to respect everyone and to provide a fair chance for all. So please, for those of you coming, please, this is not a platform for transactional politics. This is a platform for ideological politics of service. When something is right and fair and good, we say so. When something is wrong, we condemn it. And we come up with a solution to do better.
The Edo State Assembly members attributed their decision to what they described as unresolved crisis within their former party.
The NDC party, National Democratic Congress, the party that carries everybody. It's a party that my values don't have to drop them. It's a party where what I believe in, I can still do it. It's a party where it's still honest and fair. You know, there's so much they cut off the head of it. What's next? Anymore? What's more? But because of the PDP affairs that recently started joining a decade ago to date, they decided to destroy the party members. I hope this NDC will take us in the future, take us in better hope, take us in better Nigeria.
Wonderful delegation from Edo State that have come to join the movie train that will change the narratives, that will take Edo State to Kaduna, to Sokoto, to Lagos, to Imo, across the 36 states, including FCT, to the highest level. With NDC, we are covered.
We want a change. We know what we are going through in this country.
especially the peasant man in the village. You can imagine our security situation in this country. Just this reason, we are lost in this country. Just security reason. Talk less of adding the economic hardship our people are going through. The problems in this country cannot be enumerated, but we are sure with NDC, things will work well. I'm calling on Nigerians, let's join hands together in NDC and salvage this country for the better.
The massive defection of new members into the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, is seen as part of the NDC's ongoing efforts nationwide to expand its influence ahead of the 2027 general elections. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad? You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset too. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV. Now, we know that Yakubu Gowon remains one of the most influential and important figures in Nigeria's history, and very recently, he released his long-awaited autobiography entitled My Life of Duty and Allegiance, which, of course, has sparked up a lot of conversations about Nigeria's history, the war, military rule, and what have you. And so this morning, we have Dr. Stanislaus Ukeje, a development economist, to discuss on the topic General Gowon's autobiography, Life of Duty and Allegiance, The Unvarnished Truth. You're welcome to Signature Morning.
Thank you, Uche. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Before we talk about the autobiography, let's talk about the man. What do you think, or what do you have to say about Yakubu Gowon and his role as a military leader at the time?
Say that again.
I said, what do you think about, or what is your opinion about the man Yakubu Gowon and, you know, how his regime was like?
That's a very tough one because as you people who are in the media say, they say facts are sacred, opinions, can be free. Of course, he came to national attention, my own attention, when I was still a child in primary school, as a leader of a faction of the Nigerian army. And that faction was opposed to the safety of Igbos. So that was my first impression. But while I was in secondary school after the Civil War, we were forced to go to the highway to receive him as he was coming from Onitsha to ENUGU. He didn't look like the devil he was portrayed to be. And he was waving and smiling. So as a child, my opinion also softened. Of course, in 1974, I saw him again somewhere in Lagos, and I think there were accusations of corruption. And he touched the pocket of his military shirt and said that this pocket cannot contain the millions that people are alleging that he has taken. Of course, people who are corrupt don't put the money in their pockets. Around that same 74, there was a meeting of those who are called Northern Military Officers' Wives. They challenged the Federal Ministry of Works that had decided to impose tolls on federal highways to protect them. And I thought, is this what the country has come to? But he's a man, I can see, that he can go between obstacles. If people set obstacles, he can meander through them. Whether he shapes obstacles himself is what the book may talk about.
So that brings me to talk about the book, his autobiography. What do you think about him writing an autobiography at this moment, or at this point in Nigeria's, in Nigeria at this point? What do you think about him bringing out an autobiography of his life and just the book itself?
My opinion is that the book came rather late.
Late?
Very late. Because having occupied prominent position, he should have written long time ago. Except, of course, that some people had written for him. Late Professor Isiagu had interviewed him and written about him. So some of the things that he has in this book are already known. Of course, the critical issues concerning the 1966 crisis and the war he levied, because when people talk about war, it looks like it was two fighting. It was the same faction of the army that were against the Igbos that invaded the eastern region to compel the region from separating. These accounts have been given by other people. One of the earliest I read was by Leslie Barrett. It was based on his interaction with T.Y. Danjuma. Of course, the man died, written by Olesio Inka, had already been written, but he wasn't a soldier and he wasn't... so, a lot of people had written. Now, like I said, my impression was that he was a man who went around obstacles. He didn't show himself as somebody setting obstacles. Now that he has written, you may discover that he was part of those who set obstacles. So if he had kept quiet, it would have become a mystery. But a book has a way of demystifying people. It's just like speaking. Like now I'm speaking. Somebody who may think that I'm intelligent may see that I use the wrong words. I don't sit like an intelligent person and I become exposed. If you watch television, you can see where there are public presentations. There are people who almost like mechanically shake their heads at everybody speaking. If Mr. A is speaking, he just says, correct, correct, correct. Even if you go to the church, you see some people who nod when the preacher is speaking. Whoever preaches, they keep nodding. You wonder, what do they believe? If the devil preaches, they nod. If the Christian preaches, they nod. So there are people like that. But when they now go to the speaking day, everything changes because they can't nod for themselves. It's now for people to say, what? So a book is good to write, but if you write late, people will say, what is it that you are going to say? You go for an examination. When they say pens up, you say paper. What do you want to write? That's my opinion. But better late than never.
So would you rather he did not write the book, because you said something about writing demystifies someone and could possibly show that he was one of the obstacles or part of the obstacles. So would you say that he should not have written the book at all?
That is my personal opinion. And from what he said at the unveiling of the book, he said he was responding to what people had said, including Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who could be his grandchild. What is he responding to such people? Of course, Chinua Achebe was a grand person. He had written. If he had something to say, he could have said it. But some of his allies had challenged Achebe. So is this just confirming what they said or something new?
Now let's take some of the issues that were discussed in the book. One of which is him, Gowon, and Ojukwu, and the seniority issue between the both of them. Now, why do you think that after all this time, it is still a contentious issue? It is still a very controversial issue that carries a lot of weight even up till now.
What you should know is that war is different from maybe quarrel. If I have disagreements with Mr. Maduka, you could just see us talking and pass your way. Or you call him and say, sir, what is the problem with you and Dr. Keje? But war requires hatred. If you don't hate people, you can't make war, because you need to mobilize people. You need to mobilize people. Ask people to come. You must make allegations against those people you want to fight, to poison the heart of the people who are going to war. I'll tell you just one. In an account given by one of the officers who joined in the invasion of Biafra, he said when he was directed to raise troops and go to war against, he wasn't given soldiers. So he went to Ikoyi and the other maximum security at Kirikiri and released prisoners, including condemned people, matched them, gave them alcohol, gave them hemp, and mobilized them. They moved through Ida to attack. That is, when you do that kind of thing, what is the objective? Because many people are talking of Nigerian unity. What they fought for was territorial unity, not Nigerian unity. Because the army itself has already factionalized. If you factionalize, what are you looking for in unity again? The people you wanted to kill ran away to their homeland, and you are bringing yourself to them to unite. You have not even said you are sorry, or that yes, you avenged your own grievances, but that you were excessive. If you said, gentlemen, I think we were excessive, what we believed was that this coup of January was a group thing. But we have now discovered that you even ran away, showing that you were not prepared for a challenge. So, okay, now you're home. How do we work together? Because what are you working together? It's not economy. You want to trade. You want to move from one place to the other. Yeah, okay, let us allow a cooling off period. But you wouldn't allow it, except that political theory justifies what he did or what his own faction did. Because once you are in charge of a state, you can do everything to remain in charge. And it was that doing everything to remain in charge that caused his overthrow, because he made a promise that this is a police operation, we want to reunite the country territorially. When he achieved that, he remained. Then he said he wanted to get Angola to be independent. Those are not his personal objective, but you keep saying things to remain in office. And when he said return to civil rule in 1976 was no longer feasible, was it his own opinion or the opinion of his faction of the army? Are you getting what I'm saying? So it's that's why I say when you write books, when you speak, you can demystify people. You can demystify yourself. People who are holding you, who are not sure where you are, when you speak now, they become sure. And then you find them either being attracted or distracted.
And so, talking about this war, I mean, you know, a lot of people are talking about the consequences and the aftermath of the war, particularly when it comes to the humanitarian consequences and, you know, his whole no victor, no vanquished. And most people are saying that in as much as he spoke about it in his work, it lacks accountability. So do you think that there would have been a better way to address the situation in his work in a way that can show accountability for whatever his actions were at the time?
You know, a common country is like a family. If there are disturbances, you need to account for it. And it's not, you know, when you have a conflict, the amendment is not done by either the victor or the vanquished. It is by a neutral party. And General Ankara of Ghana tried to bring them together because many Nigerian officers of that period, not the younger people like Obasanjo and others, Gowon, Ojukwu and others, they trained in Ghana where the British government had what they call the training center for the Royal West African Frontier Force. So he must have known them. So he said, look, gentlemen, don't fight, come. After going there and talking, I mean, I think I saw some video where he said he had fever during and he signed. But he was there, Hassan Kassina was there, David Ejo was there, Adebayo was there, Ojukwu was there. And they came with officials. So what type of fever is that? But like I said, the breakdown or open breakdown in the military in 1966 was the result of anger. And when you are angry, you can't make peace. And when you are angry and you have dominance, you want to conclude that fight. I think that was what happened. You can, I mean, I know that the attack on Biafra came from the north, where the people who were against the Igbos came from. As they were, you know, making rapid movement into Biafra, the people from the southwest, or the Yorubas, discovered or realized that the Igbos were not able to resist, or the eastern region were not able to resist. Therefore, they proposed a second front from the sea, because the head of the Navy, the head of the Nigerian Navy, Way, was a Yoruba person. So they formed the 3rd Marine Commando to fight Biafra from the sea, so that the victory over Biafra will not be for the Northerners alone, so that they can share the victory. You talked about consequences. It has long-term consequences. Tinubu now, who is president, after Jonathan won the 2011 election, he gave his opinion. He said, because Jonathan was the first person that organized the electoral register, you know, properly, using Professor Jega. He said from the electoral register, in other words, from the population distribution on the register, that the Northwest and the Southwest can rule Nigeria forever. Buhari from the Northwest, I think he joined with him to make Buhari president. After him, he said, Emiloko, it's my turn. And he's there now. So, my understanding, if he succeeds himself in 2027, he will make sure that that alliance will continue. Because, like politicians say, is the law of large numbers. If you have the numbers, you take it. Those who don't have the numbers will have to accept it. So it's consequential. It takes a long time. Indeed, when the conflict between Obasanjo and the governor of Bayelsa State, the first elected governor, Depriye Alamesega, sparked up because Alamesega was supporting Atiku against Obasanjo's re-election in 2003. When they had a confrontation, Obasanjo was a soldier, Alamesega was also a soldier, but though he was in the Air Force before he resigned. Obasanjo told him, say, look, you people, in other words, you people now means Eastern region. You wanted to break away and take the oil all by yourself. And now you're calling yourself a general. That in other places where there have been war, it will take more than 50 years for any of you to be elected to office. Obasanjo is well accepted throughout the country. But when you speak from your heart, sometimes you reveal that which is unknown. Just like the prophet Simeon said when Jesus was presented at the temple. He said, this child will be a contradiction, will be a sign of contradiction, where people will be both hateful and joyful at the same time. You know, they will hate what is good, and they will rejoice at the good or whatever they benefit from hatred. It will take a long time.
So let's talk about the Aburi Accord and the accusations on Gowon that the agreement was abandoned in bad faith. He also addressed that in his works, but what do you also think about that?
Only the truth can make people free. If you reach an agreement with somebody and you come home and the people in your faction tell you not to agree, you will not agree. I think that's the problem, because he himself, who was there, has not published what he knew to be the accord. Ojukwu came back and announced what the accord is. Because, let us not forget, after the May riots in the north, the July revenge coup, Igbos ran away. There were discussions that didn't involve Ojukwu. It was groups. The Salu Imbanefo and a few other people went to Lagos. People from, gathered to discuss the way forward. As they were doing it, Ojukwu said, like those who ran away from the north, they can go back, that things are okay now. When they went back in September, the riot resumed. People killing Igbos. But the government didn't do anything about it. The people then ran back and said, once is an error, twice is coincidence. The third time is foolishness. If he says, because he didn't even say that they didn't agree. He only said that he now found out that either because of his fever or whatever, he couldn't implement it. If you said you had some reason, then you call back, you reconvene the meeting. Said, now, gentlemen, we have checked this thing. One of the key issues in that Aburi Accord was to separate the soldiers. Those who hate themselves should not be in the same barracks. I think it makes common sense. In an account of the counter coup given by Major General Alexander Madebo, he said the troops in Kaduna were assembled. You blow a bugle and you ask troops to come out. Those who are from the eastern region were arrested, put in a vehicle and taken to a road around Kachia and shot dead. But the people who shot them dead did not want to go away. They went to their body and removed their wristwatches, which means you are looting dead people. Can you really bring such people back to be in one army? And you can see what is happening even today, that the Nigerian army cannot jointly fight insurgency. When an Igbo person from Abia was chief of army staff, one of the governors, the governor of Adamawa State, said openly that the man had been appointed to avenge what they did to Igbos. Almost after 50 years of war. So the soldiers cannot fight together. Because what the people call Boko Haram are fighting for, many people believe in it. Many people, including those in the army. So it will not be surprising that somebody who does not believe it can be killed by his colleague for targeting them. So you need to, in any case, Nigeria is a very young country. So this unity, you need time to understand yourself. Now, there are Nigerians in Austria, in Switzerland, they don't go there to unite. They have gone there to eat. Maybe their children will go to school with the people in whose country they have come. They get intermarried and over many years become united. But this one that is compelled unity, in ENUGU now, I'm sure as a young person, you may not have met somebody from Plateau State in ENUGU. But they are here. But they stay on their own. So you find that even in Nigeria, people live in colonies, just like ants. We don't mix because we still do not understand ourselves. You can see even Christianity has broken down. We had probably before the Catholic Church, the Church Missionary Society from England. But now you have midget churches owned by people. And people from their own area join them. If you go to Chosen, you will see people from one town. If you go to Redeem, you see people from one tribe. Because we do not understand ourselves yet. Are you following? Even in old countries like the United Kingdom, you find that the Welsh continue to seek their own area. The Scots, the Irish, the English. Even among the English people, the people from Southeast England who are rich and well off, don't consider the people from the Midlands as equals. So take time. I mean, after all, this life is a passage. You don't compel unity. There's something that the United States Vice President said in Germany, which I enjoy. He said, for Europe and the United States to be together, they must have common value. The war in Ukraine is caused by the Europeans, who are compelling people to join the European Union when they had agreed with Russia not to expand towards the east. So Nigerian unity is also being affected. Somebody will be in ENUGU, somebody from Sokoto will insist that somebody will be governor in ENUGU and will be propping up the person.
All right, Dr. Okeje, just very quickly, I mean, now that this autobiography is out, what do you think that General Gowon aims to achieve with his work?
What?
Of what relevance, of what change do you think it would bring now that he has brought out this?
I don't think it will change much. It will do some damage to him. Because, unfortunately, he was well educated compared to Buhari. But he made the same reason that Buhari made, that Buhari said the certificate was being held in the army. Now he's saying that his memoirs or the notes he took were left in his office desk, and his friends who overthrew him threw them away. So if you don't have records, what are you writing? Because you want to write about Uche. You have picture of Uche when she was a baby. You have Uche when she was baptized. You have picture of Uche when she took Holy Communion. Now you have lost them, and you say you want to write about Uche. It's not better now you keep quiet. You could write about things that are within your competence and leave things that are controversial, which is still a memoir. But the amount of money that was thrown there showed that there may be an unspoken goal to raise money. Secondly, his visit to Tinubu before that book was launched gave me the impression that the book launch was a dog whistle campaign against some political interests in the coming election. Because his own book was unveiled today. The next day, there was an unveiling of another book on Nadeko. And come to think about it, Nadeko was a rebellion against the government of Abacha. Biafra was a rebellion against the government of Gowon. One is accepted, the other one is rejected. So you can't have peace in your mind. But you can see that things like City Boys and things, people are organized to present false images of unity. The good thing is that the majority of the people in the country are ignorant. And in economics or in philosophy, they say that ignorance is happiness. Because if you don't know that something is bad, it doesn't affect you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Stanislaus Ukeje, for joining us this morning and for sharing your thoughts on this topic. It's a pleasure to have you. Dr. Stanislaus Ukeje is a development economist, and we just spoke about General Gowon's autobiography, Life of Duty and Allegiance, The Unvarnished Truth. Do stay with us, as Signature Morning will be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria's legal system is increasingly being drawn into political controversies at different points. And of course, critics argue that the legal system, the law is no longer, performing its duty, but is now being involved in politics and even being manipulated. And so this morning we have Dr. Cletus Mbeje, an academician and public affairs analyst, to discuss if Nigeria's legal system has become an instrument for political manipulation. You're welcome to the program. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Now, I mean, Nigerians have this perception of the legal system as another political forum, another political space. What do you think is the reason behind this perception that Nigerians have about the legal system?
Yes, thank you. The judiciary, which is the legal system that's supposedly supposed to be the hope of the common man, as it's supposed to be defined, because in accordance with the arms of government, they are one of the strongest institutions of government upon which the citizenry of a country dwells its hope, because they are the one who interprets the law to a layman understanding. They are the one who stands for justice for every given issue or case in any given nation. So over the times, the legal system has been unduly manipulated by the politicians who want to bulldoze themselves into powers. Even when they truly fail elections, they bribe the judges who are supposed to stand by the virtue of justice, because the symbol of a legal system is that max they are holding, which signifies justice, truth in its holistic nature. But in recent times, you see the judiciary compromising that which they have signed to become to humanity, because the legal system is similarly seen to be human in itself, because they are the one who dispense justice. So it's just like a rich man slaps a young man and takes the person to the police and then take the person and put him in the prison because he has money. But the judiciary are there to say, no, you have violated the person's right. Therefore, it is not, you can't slap somebody and still put the person to jail. Rather, you are the one that should be punished because this is what the law says. But in the same time, you see, elections are being manipulated. People are being bulldozed into power without the mandate of the people, and they will just tell you, go to court. Because they believe that when they get to court, definitely they will still manipulate their ways into power. And you have seen in several times, you see 2020, 2011 elections, 2019 elections, 2023 elections playing out in Nigeria, where the INEC will call anything, they will tell you, go to court. So the judiciary has been used as an instrument for political manipulations or political maneuverage in recent times.
And what would you say is the reason behind it? What would you say that the judiciary has allowed themselves to be manipulated?
Number one, there are too many reasons. There are too many. Number one, the quest for money. The judiciary, some of the lawmakers are not, they have been underpaid. When you compare with somebody who is working in the National Assembly, somebody who is in the House of Reps, somebody who is in the Senate, somebody who is in the State House of Assemblies, earn money much more than somebody who is a barrister who went to school, spent about 7 years to be called to bar. Even the judges. So they don't see themselves earning that kind of money that the governor, the president, they are earning. When they know they have been in service for years. So when they give them offer that they have not seen before, they believe that could change their fortune, even the fortunes of their children. And once that is done, they get involved in political manipulations. And the trust of the people is laid bare. Nobody trusts. Because, number one, that's number one. Number two reason being that the issue of ethnicism, ethnic divide, is my own person. And that is the reason why most times the judiciary, who are supposed to be independent, are not under the wings and caprice of the executive arm. By right, the judiciary are not a chief justice of the federation, now supposed to be appointed by the executive president. Doing so means the judiciary are no longer independent, because the chief justice of the federation is the highest person in the legal system in a given country. So if being appointed by the executive president, the judiciary are supposed to check the executive and check the legislatures. All the three arms are supposed to check themselves. But if the judiciary, who is supposed to be independent, the chief justice is being appointed by the executive arm of government, what happens? There is never a time that the judges, all the judges that will be recommended by the Nigeria Bar Association are being recommended up to the Chief Justice, to the President. The Chief Justice recommend those judges to the President for appointments. So, if the case is being preferred on the Chief Justice on the President, upon who is a subject to the President, do you think there will be any negative outcome against the President who is a principal? Should they come that he or she will stand the risk of being what, sacked or retrieved of his job? So that is why you see when the President wants to appoint the Chief Justice of the Federation, he looks for somebody who is loyal, or probably who is coming from his own ethnic group, who will not stand against him or her. So in case if there is any case of such electoral manipulation, he can stand for him. That's number 2. The issue of party loyalty. Party loyalty. He is a loyal member, and this person is seen as the leader of the party. They will go and appoint somebody. Of course, they will tell you they're independent. The judiciary, the electoral empire, they're independent. They are not independent. Some of these people that are there as chairman of INEC, etc., they are card-carrying members of political parties. But when they are appointed, they will tell you that they are not members of the political party, which we know truly true that they are members of political party. The Chief Justice of the Federation doesn't supposed to be a card-carrying member of a political party. But some of these judges are card-carrying members of political parties. And as a result, what do you expect? Would they stand against their own party, where they belong to? These are some of I can mention more and more of the rationale behind which this issue of political manipulation exists in the country. Thank you.
Now, you earlier mentioned about the judiciary being the last hope of the common man. Do you think that description is still valid in what we have today?
In a contemporary, when we are talking about the judiciary being the last hope of the common man, that is in the actual sense, globally, humanly speaking. But in a Nigerian legal system, just like when I was in the college and the university, one of my lecturers defined law. What did he say law? He defined law, putting from the Nigerian context as cobwebs that catches only by the poor ones. That is in the Nigerian system. The Nigerian law doesn't affect the politicians or those who are wealthy. It only affects those who are poor. But in a real sense of it, in a rule of law, according as professed by Professor Evie Dyson in 1885, he says they say the law, everybody is equal before the law, and the law is not the respect of any kind. The supremacy of the law stands still. The law is supreme, more than every individual, more than everybody. Everybody is equal before the law. That is the principle of the rule of law. That is why we say the judiciary is the common hope of a common man. Is a hope of a common man, because the judiciary are supposed to stand by justice, truth in its holistic nature. The judiciary is humanity in itself. That was why that arm of government was created. So if any case happens, anything happens, if the case gets to court, it's expected, however, therefore, that the judiciary supposed to dispense justice in accordance with the relevance of truth, in accordance with the investigation, which prove beyond reasonable doubt that this is the truth. But in our own system, Nigeria context, the judiciary will see the truth and turn it to be black. We were here during 2023 elections where you see since we were born. How many times have you seen cases of judgment given for a very long hour? If you read that, if you go through the memo, the judgment, you see that it took them hours. You see, in the judiciary, we are supposed to be seeing the judge will be seeing you real life. But this other one was a through camera, like people are watching us on television, to give judgment. So, because the judiciary they are not turning down what is truth to be black, and what is true to be bad, and what is bad to be truth. That is why that is the reason why it has even degenerated to political party. Because many Nigerians have felt that they no longer have hope in the electoral process again, even in the judiciary, who are supposed to be the hope of the common man. That is why even when the election comes, they will tell you whether you vote or not. It will just still not count, because they will still go and manipulate it. After that, in the end, they will tell you go to court. And when you go to court, you see it playing out. In the recent primary that was conducted, ABC has only consensus candidate, and we come up with figures that they voted. You see the figures. You saw the figures that all the whole state of the federation brought out that they voted. Somebody who has a consensus is a consensus candidate. Why not conduct primary election? Who is contesting that you are going to do primary elections? There is no need for primaries because it has already been generally agreed that this person should continue. So those figures that were coming, where did they bring them from? You can see it, how it is being played. So as the election is grooming, come 2027, if you go out there and interview the views of the public, they will tell you they will still manipulate it and do what they want to do. Then you ask us, they will still go to court. Is it not court that brought? Now it is the court that is giving us presidency now, and not the citizens. Court give us president. Few persons, about 10 or a few persons, will sit and give us who to lead us, as against the view of the majority, as against public opinion. You can see how deteriorating the system has become, so that the people no longer have faith in the system. People no longer have faith in the government. People no longer have faith in the electionary process, which is supposedly supposed to be the area where you can select our leader, who has the greatest majority of votes, who has the largest opinion. But you see it play out every day by day in our political space. And that is why the common man who's supposed to be having faith in the judiciary has automatically lost hope. He has lost hope completely. That is why it's anything that you can see it play out. Are we not here in Nigeria? Many occasions, issues, the people in the government offices or politicians will use talks, will use police, intimidate people, slapping people on the street, and nothing will happen. When they go to court, they will just, in fact, once it is a minister, senator, you will not even hear it in court any longer. They will just die off the case. But if it's a common man, news will be carried every day by day. They will show you, they will televise you everywhere on earth to show how evil you are. So that is it.
Yes. Now, earlier on, you mentioned how about the appointment process and how this one of the reasons is the appointments. Do you think that the judiciary can truly be independent when their salaries, their funding, appointments, and just everything they need to perform fully as a body is being sponsored and heavily tied to political, the political activity?
I agree with you. The question we should ask ourselves is that the system of government we are practicing, where did we copy it from? US, right? United States. And then which has been remodified. How are they running their own system? Why is it that in Nigeria we copy things and we don't follow the system the way it is going? That the president appoints the chief justice. Is the president working in the mind of chief justice? Is the president the chief justice or a president? So it behoves on the chief justice to work with his conscience as a human being, because we have lost our conscience as humans. These people who, when they are into power, they lost their conscience as human beings. They will start working in favor of their principal, who upon negating justice, negating truth. And that is the reason why it has been going the way it is. Because in overseas, you can see people, if the president errs, the law will come against him or her. And you've been hearing and seeing it playing out in developed economy, in developed countries. Why is it not working in Nigeria? And to plan it all, you can imagine Nigeria seeing itself as a giant of Africa. A giant being a model of Africa. A giant being is the highest economy in Africa. A giant being is the strongest economy, is the strongest judicial, which means they are living by justice. They are serving as model. Is African nation learning from Nigeria? The value Nigeria the messages Nigeria is sending from Africa, from here, is that what other Africans will learn? Nigeria, in the Nigerian foreign policies, it is said that Africa is the centerpiece of Nigerian foreign policies. For Nigeria to make a foreign policy, it must look at all African nations, because she sees herself as a giant of Africa. Is it the kind of policy that should be making for other Africans to benefit in the Committee of Nations? So that the president appoints a chief justice of the federation does not mean that the chief justice should be working under the wings and cabins of the president and negating justice. It is because the chief justice of the chief justices do not work with their conscience. The magistrate judges, name them, they don't work with their conscience. They don't work as human beings. So they are working on to satisfy the interest of their principal. assuming they are working to stand by truth, do you think the executive will still be doing that? That they are paying, it's not their resources, it's not their money, it's a common resources. They are not the one paying them. It is Nigerian money. It is the country money. Because that money they are managing it for the country, not that it is their money. So that they are appointed does not mean that they should be working in their own wings and caprice. Or even when they are doing the wrong thing, they should be supporting them by giving a negative judgment as against what is real in real terms. Even if it's statistical, of course we have. I understand that in statistical analysis we have type A and type B error, where a research can be empirical evidence can show that this thing that you said from the prediction analysis can go that it is real when in reality it's not real. The data bid analysis can show that it is real in reality, but in analysis it is not real. That's that big error. So that the president, the executive arm of government are the one paying the judiciary does not give them the onions to start manipulating things in favor of because these are political mechanisms. They will not stay forever. But we citizens, you the judiciary, you are there as a permanent worker who works till 35 years before you retire. The political actor who may be probably a governor, a senator, just have 4 years to stay. And the person will go, if the person peradventure as a senator you are able to maneuver yourself, you did well, and people say, okay, this person did well, let him go back again. It depends on the public opinion. It does not give them a guarantee to start manipulating results, start manipulating election in their favor, because in doing that, you don't think of your own future generation. You are doing that against your own children. But when you give justice, stand by justice today, it helps to correct the ills of tomorrow. When we stand by what is truthful today defines tomorrow, as yesterday defines today. So if yesterday was not properly corrected, if this place was not arranged and designed in this order, you can't come here today to come and do any broadcast. But because this place has already been fixed in the condition that it is comfortable, that is why we are here today. So if the judiciary fails to fix yesterday and fix today, for tomorrow will not be better. So if they don't stand by truth, we'll continue to linger in this dimension.
So that brings me to ask, what would you say would be the solution to this issue of judiciary?
Simple. Complete independence of the judiciary. Tell me how. Good. In the three arms of government, we elect the president into the executive arm directly by the people. The Senate president is indirectly elected by the people, because the president is being elected from their constituency, and then the senators, after having constituted the house, will now elect the president on behalf of the people. The judiciary should be sent. They should elect the chief justice of the federation amongst themselves, among the justices and judges, aside the presidency. That is what the law should stipulate, and that is what the provision of that law should change. That the president too should not elect the INEC chairman. The high commissioners of the INEC commission should sit and elect the INEC chairman. If that is being done, the president will no longer be manipulating the judiciary. He will no longer be manipulating the INEC. Am I communicating? So the independence of the judiciary should be maintained. It should be stated clearly in the law. And that item of a president appointing the chief justice of the federation should be completely removed from that area. Since the president is not the one appointing the senate president, it should be so in the judiciary. That is point number one. That is the area where this issue of manipulation should, even not only the president, the governor too, because the governor appoints the chief justice of the state. Those powers should be removed from the executives. If that is being done, then we can. Then another thing again, to stop this political what I call it, legal manipulations in the legal system, the judiciary should be held accountable for every injustice preferred in the court of law. They should be held accountable. when it is crystal clear that this person gave a wrong judgment. Of course, judgment is not justice. We should know that. We have seen several judgments that have gone wrong, causing problems in society. And remember that when justice is not defined, there is chaos. There is trouble everywhere. So the judiciary, the legal system should be held accountable for every wrongdoing. And thirdly, the police too, our law enforcement agencies should also be justified by their actions. Go and bundle him, do this, do that. They will go because Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces. What has that person done? What you are doing, that you are doing it, do you ask yourself questions? If this is what is done to you as a person, as a human being, will you be happy? Until we, citizens of Nigeria, begin to ask ourselves these questions, as humans, forget about the issue of being paid. We'll begin to correct all these ills. Because if the judiciary, those of them that are called into bar, the bench and the bar, begin to ask themselves this question, that tomorrow is bigger than today. The wrong judgment you give today will stand against you tomorrow. Because number one, they say, the future will have no pity on those men who possess the exceptional privileges for being able to speak the words of truth to their oppressors and have taken into captivity. So the future will not have no pity on those ones. So if as a judiciary, it's a call, you decided to become a lawyer. Nobody forced you. You pay school fees, read books, attend classes, day by day, starving yourself to become, because why are you doing this? Because you want to stand by justice. That's why you are carrying that mix, that flag. That you want to stand by justice. It's just like a nurse or a medical doctor who wants to go and save life, who went to school to save life, and at the end of the day, he comes back, he's killing human beings. Is that the primary purpose? That's not the philosophy. So if the judiciary can tell themselves the truth, can stand by what is truth, can be morally justified in whatever action they are taking in life, bearing in mind that tomorrow stands to speak for them. Whatever judgment you give against somebody today will stand against your own, if it's not you directly, against your own generation to come and yet unborn.
A very big thank you to you, Dr. Cletus Mbeje, for joining us this morning. A wonderful conversation. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much for having me.
Has Nigeria's legal system become an instrument for political manipulation? That is what we just talked about. And Dr. Cletus Mbeje is an academician and a public affairs analyst. Remember, we would like to hear your opinions and your thoughts on these issues. Make sure to drop your comments on our social media handles showing right now. Thank you so much for staying with us this morning, for starting your day with us, and for being with us up till now. Do stay tuned as we'll be connecting to our Abuja studios for the continuation of Signature Morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, good morning, and let me welcome you to our Abuja studio this beautiful, cool morning. My name is Mwabo Njoko, and this is a very special edition of the Signature Morning, and I'll tell you why. What I've done this morning is to assemble a college of lawyers to be able to address a fundamental legal issue that the Independent National Electoral Commission raised last week. Now, what did the INEC chairman say? We had done a story here on early campaigns in which we pointedly told the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because we addressed him as a candidate of APC who had begun campaign with billboards in Lagos, billboards in Abuja, billboards in Kano, outside of the timetable provided by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Now, we raised issues in that story. One, is there not a punishment for breaking this rule? What constitutes campaign? Must it be a radio, television, newspaper advertisement promoting a particular candidate? What is the difference between all those and the billboards? We showed you pictures of a convoy of buses clearly written Tinubu 2027. 7 of them rushing to in the direction of Nasarawa State. Now, we also showed you bus stops where it was written free bus Tinubu 2027. Now, the presidency reacted and said Tinubu was not responsible for those campaigns. They were being done by third party. And then we raised another question. Who will punish the third party? Just last week, the Independent National Electoral Commission said they were appealing to the National Assembly to enact specific laws to punish those early campaigns. And so this morning, what I've done is to assemble a college of lawyers. I am not learned, so I'm going to be educated this morning to know whether INEC does not have enough powers already to address that challenge, or whether INEC is playing the ostrich. Now, to educate me this morning, I have from my right, I'm going to come from institutional basis. From my extreme right, I have Clement Chukwuemeka. Each time Clement comes, I ask him whether the weather is not clement today.
The weather is always clement.
The weather is clement. And Clement is immediate past second vice chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association. Clement, you're welcome to the program.
Pleasure having me.
Immediate past second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association. Now, on my right is Maxwell Opara, PhD, a lawyer, and an activist. Now, if you look at him this morning, he's not smiling at all. He says he's angry with everything about the legal profession, everything about the judiciary, everything about law and order. But please, we're discussing law and order. Maxwell, you're welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure.
I hope it will be a pleasure for us to take it easy.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And on my left is Adekunle Oladakbo Otiteji, PhD. He is also a lawyer and a legal consultant. Dakbo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, let me also start from that institutional, because Chukwuemeka, I'm insisting that you be speaking, because the Nigerian Bar Association, with that past or present, must have a voice in this matter.
Definitely.
Now, the INEC chairman is asking for a new law to address infractions of its rules, beginning campaign earlier than it should. First, that beginning campaign earlier than it should, how do you describe it? Political rascality, absence of rule of law, or what?
Well, I would say that one of the problems that this Nigeria electoral system has had recently is the advent of bringing in some of the allegedly professors into the affairs of this election. Ordinarily, we were thinking that when you have professors within the environment, you're going to have a very intellectual beings handling things that will not compromise by any standard. But the way we are having it, because they are supposed to be learned, they're supposed to have abreast with all the letters of the Constitution, all the letters of the Electoral Act and all that. But the statement actually credited to the INEC chairman, definitely, interested in having new laws. To me, I wouldn't understand at basis, but for me, I feel that INEC, the INEC being a creation of the Constitution by virtue of Section 153 sub F, has that particular latitude to organize and regulate itself. So not necessarily looking for a fresh law, except he wants some specifications. But he has all the rights, all the powers to regulate affairs of political parties and regulate issues that pertain in elections in Nigeria.
Okay. Now, Maxwell, INEC is asking for a law to address early campaign. In other words, INEC has established that that is fouling of a rule or fouling of a regulation. Does INEC require a new law? I will soon go through what the Constitution provides. I read it, gentlemen, because so that I can educate us.
Definitely.
Do you think INEC should be asking for a new law or enforcing its own rules and regulations?
Yes, INEC requires a new law with respect to criminalizing or declaring early campaign as electoral offenses, as one of the electoral offenses. Anything short of that, INEC cannot. If you watch the Constitution gave INEC the power to make rules, but the Supreme Court, in the case of P2B and INEC and President Tinubu, Supreme Court said that INEC rules is not a mandatory law. Having said that, now Section 114 down to, I think it down to sorry, so that I don't, Section 114 down to Section 129 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended listed what are electoral offenses. So express mention of one thing is exclusion of another. Now, having mentioned what are electoral offenses, on what basis will INEC, because early campaign was not listed as one of the electoral offenses.
That is in the Electoral Act.
In the Electoral Act. Now, if you are now asking INEC to make a rule to make early campaign as an offense, which means that rule now has been inconsistent with the Act. And any rule that is inconsistent with the Act, that rule shall not be applied as a valid law. Just like where an Act cannot be inconsistent with the Constitution. Now that is the reason why, the people that are making these laws for us are these characters who are in the National Assembly and call themselves politicians. Because if actually they want this country to progress, there are some things that we should not be talking about amendment of the Electoral Act by now, because the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal and the Federal High Court in the pre-election and post-election matters has told you the infractions, the emptiness, the lacunas we have in the Electoral Act. One expected them to use, I wrote a memo to them, I raised all those issues, sending it to them. You can eat your whatever allowances because you are not doing anything as far as national law is concerned. They are doing absolutely nothing. This one, they are regime to do what? They are not doing anything. Those of us that have decided to look at the law, burn the candle, did everything, give it to you. Your own is to put your signature there, send it to the president, let it be so that you can make progress. Are they telling me that they are not aware that any campaign is not an offense, electoral offense? Now, are we supposed to, is there any other law that's supposed to come in? Yes, there are some other laws. Any act that is capable of a breach of peace is a crime. That is where police can come in. All those people who are putting this billboard, they are committing an offense
capable of breaching the peace.
Breaching the peace. Don't shift it to INEC, because INEC is a regulation and the law has told him what he's supposed to do. But under the Constitution, under the Police Act, Under every other relevant laws, police have unlimited power to look at something, including your marriage. If you're the wife, you are fighting, nobody should tell police that is a matrimonial issue. No, police cannot fold their hands to allow one of you to kill yourself. They will have to come in.
In other words, police is in fact should have looked at those billboards as a crime.
I hear them saying, remove it. Remove it. You should remove it. Are you telling me that people have not even written a petition? If people have not even written a petition, under Police Act, you have the right to initiate investigation. Because this thing they are doing may cause trouble. Okay. Do you want to tell me that I didn't that the P2B or Tinubu or any other person that is doing this thing, they would have get the person arrested? So these are the issues where we said now make it an offense so that it can also fall into the electoral offenses as provided by the electoral act.
Okay, I'm going to have to, because Maxwell has raised a number of issues. Now, permit me to look at the Constitution. Now, the INEC was established in accordance with Section 153, which Chukwemeka has spoken about, F of the Constitution. And the functions of the Commission are stipulated in Part 1 of the third schedule of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and they are the following: organize, undertake, and supervise all elections to the offices of President, Vice President, blah, 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 blah. Register political parties in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution or an act of the National Assembly. Monitor the organization and operation of political parties, including their finances. Arrange for the annual examination and auditing of the funds and accounts of political parties. Arrange and conduct the registration of persons qualified to vote and all that. Now listen to this. Monitor political campaigns and provide rules and regulations.
Yes.
Now, if the Constitution has given INEC the power to monitor campaigns and provide rules and regulations, does INEC not already have a constitutionally provided inherent power to determine the rules, punish infractions, and stop infractions?
I support my learned friend's position. He said something very important.
Chukwemeka.
Yes. Even though the Electoral Act in Section 114 to 120, about 122, it's already specified what are electoral offenses. The electoral, the INEC itself is a body that is empowered to make rules and regulations, organize and ensure proper organization of election. And in doing that, they have that powers to set rules and regulation for campaigns. And then that will take us to the provisions in the Electoral Act, where it provides 150 days campaign. You understand?
94.
And then 24
90 days.
Section 94.
That's Section 94 of the Electoral Act. Now, that provision only gave a provision without punitive.
Good, that is the
provisions. No punitive provisions. But INEC can come under that rules and regulations.
Is power to make rules and regulations
and create a punitive measure for any political party.
Deriving its authority from the Constitution.
Section 153.
Yes.
That schedule that you read that empowers INEC
to
regulate. So, making sanctions is part of the duties of INEC. INEC does not need to go back to
National
Assembly to ask the people that are committing the crime,
beneficiaries,
the beneficiaries of those provisions.
No, of the crime they are committing.
The crime and provisions, yes, because the provisions is coming to them. Now, the rules and regulations to govern electoral campaigns should be done by INEC.
And the punishment for infraction.
Yes. INEC have the power by that rules and regulation provisions given to them under that schedule of the Constitution.
Maxwell, let me just ask you, does INEC have the power to disqualify a candidate?
Yes.
Is it specifically provided in the Constitution?
Yes. Because if you watch electoral offences, each and every one of them has to do with sanction.
Yes.
When they provide the law, they provide the sanction. Yes. That's where because one thing is to arrest somebody, get somebody arrested, and arraign the person in court. Another thing is for you to tell the court under what law you are bringing the charge. And the person also have a right to challenge that charge. Say that what I committed is never an offense.
Because it's not in law.
Because it's not in law.
No.
I understand. So the point I'm making is that the National Assembly know what to do. The INEC also, most of the times, they know what to do. But meanwhile, of course, you can see this the man who have as in the Home of Affairs of the INEC.
Yes,
Professor. Well, yes, I normally say, most of the times I ask myself, how does this man go to bed and sleep, seeing the country like this? Because whatever thing that we are passing through now, he will answer it. Now, if INEC did what they're supposed to do at the issue, allow the people that Nigeria elected to be there. All these people, these things we shouldn't have. Because one, I cannot even question any of them, most of them, because somebody elected them. And in fact, one governor told his cabinet members, listen, let me tell you, nobody should come here to tell me anything. You don't know how I managed to become the governor. And which is true. Nobody knows how he managed to become the governor. Because he was in his house, he said that you are the winner. From first, 40 to first. So, whichever that is the case, INEC should not be crying. That's why I don't have sympathy. But we are talking about the law. Because I have looked at the law. What fall under, what will constitute electoral offense? Any campaign is not one of them. The Electoral Act condemn it. Condemnation of an act does not criminalize. It's just just like a Democrat said, is on a moral ground, and morality has no place in law.
Okay, Chukwumeka, I asked him a question whether INEC has the power to disqualify a candidate, and his answer has put me in a quandary, because he says yes, but it is specified as an offense under the law. There is no specific punishment provided for early campaign. However, the Constitution says you make rules, you make regulations. In matter of jurisprudence, can't you extrapolate and say, since I have the powers to make rules and regulate, don't I also have the power, by that same power, to punish anybody who disobeys the rule?
Thank you for that wonderful question. The most important thing we need to look at is INEC, by its name, independent, that independency is just by paper. You cannot see it inherent in them that they are independent. You understand what I'm saying? They are not independent by the way they ought to be independent. For them to, put out what the regulations, what the Constitution, the powers the Constitution have given to them. That is the problem they're having. They cannot tell me that a Constitution have given you power to regulate. Having powers to disqualify or even to disqualify a political party from participation. Deregister to do a lot of things. We shouldn't be looking at criminalizing. We are looking at, these are political party. You have all the whole right to say, you are not qualified to contest because you violated this and that and that. By virtue of that section 95 of Electoral Act, which guarantees them that powers to regulate, to put up that regulation. That is enough. And let us look at the 2029 case, Action Alliance versus and others versus INEC. It makes it mandatory that they have the right under the timetable, which is not contained in any way in the Constitution. But because of INEC provides timetable for an election, which is their duty in regulating and putting up. When you mistake or mismanage the timetable that has been laid out by INEC,
It is an offense by the political party, and you know the consequences. So if INEC can come up without bringing, we don't need people to be in prison because we don't have prisons. Prisons are even overcrowded.
They are congested.
There should be a non-custodian approach, reprimand. You know, giving an example, like as my learned colleague Marcel Opera have just said, those companies that are mounting these billboards are known and their addresses are known. There are people that pay them for these adverts to be published, and these are public advertisement. They are facing us every morning and night whenever you are passing. You are reading them, you are having kind of emotions, you are having some feelings that this is a wonderful billboard, because I have seen one place that they say, I will vote for this man because it's very beautiful. This was an election of I think 1990, the early, let me just say, Duke in Cross River was voted mostly because he was a very handsome man. His posters convinced us to vote for him. We never knew him in Cross River State as at that time when we were in university. So this early advert or early campaign by placing billboard in public places convinces electorate, and there should be a way to regulate it. In regulating it, you do not need a reprimand or bringing somebody to put them in prisons. The best approach is there are companies that owns these billboards. People approach them to fix this billboard. You approach them, you get it from there. Police, as my learned colleague have said, has all the powers, inherent powers, to go up on investigation in ascertaining who actually did this and reprimand. You can say remove this within so and so time because you are violating so and so based on the letter, because they have the powers to regulate. INEC has all the whole powers to regulate. And in this action alliance versus INEC I mentioned in 2019, it's a Supreme Court authority, and this very going contrary to the timetable of INEC.
It's an offense.
It's an offense. Indirectly or directly pronounce that going against any campaign which has already been used in the Electoral Act shall 150 days and 24 hours before the polling day. Can't you do something as a particular person? For the purposes of this, the period of campaigning in public of every political party shall commence 150 days before polling day and end 24 hours prior to that date. What again do you want?
I'm sure you want to elucidate more, Maxwell. But can't INEC test the legal waters?
Yes, INEC has failed in their duties by even approaching
the National Assembly.
They are not independent.
They have failed. You see, when you say you have power and you don't use the power, then you are pushing the public to doubt the capacity you have. INEC has legal department. They have drafting departments. They have various departments. They have personnel departments. Now, INEC provides timetable for election. In providing timetable for election, like my friend have said, if you breach one day,
you are done.
You go to Supreme Court, they will stick to it. Now you say 150 days. People have started election.
Campaign.
Well, they can say that they are not doing campaign because they are not gathering. That is not my business.
No, we may have to look at the dictionary, campaign.
For the purpose of our discourse,
that is campaign.
INEC just need to come out with their own rules and regulations about campaign, because that is what we are facing now. Now, you are disrupting a lot of things in the public space. Some of them will go with the convoys of vehicle,
blazing with their names and pictures and political parties now, and the positions they are seeking.
Exactly. Right now, who I think INEC should go after is the party, not even individual, because they put their parties there. And they said it is parties that run, that goes into election. Supreme Court have said this several times. So, if INEC can say any political party in their rules, it doesn't have to be in the Electoral Act.
Whose candidates?
Whose any political party who, of course, prior to 150 days, campaign will be disqualified from having to field candidate for that position around whatever, in that area or vicinity. If you have a billboard in Abuja and we see a picture of somebody coming out
and using your PDP, whatever it is,
don't question it, then it means that the political party has been found to have infringed that particular provision.
Yes, Maxwell. I'm sure that you are listening to the submissions.
Yes, we are talking about law, and I want us to see it from that angle. In the first instance, Clement talks about disqualification for going against electoral INEC rules. The Constitution and the INEC has provided the things that will make you to be disqualified from voting and be voted for. The Electoral Act and the Constitution has also provided who qualified to run an election. The old Constitution also made provision for what will render a particular vote invalid. In all these things, early campaign has no place in law. Rather, it has a place in morality. Now, do we have any ground upon which we can correct this? Yes. See what happened in Nasarawa State, where some youths woke up and set ablaze the billboard of President. That is not last 2 weeks. Go to the north. I'm sure that they can only do it in Abuja. They can't do it in where people are aggrieved. In fact, the person who even mounting that distance will regret the day God created him. Now, the point we are making is that the law for INEC to criminalize, to punish any campaign, they need another law. Now, if somebody now said you are not going to run this election, you are hereby disqualified from running this election because you started early campaign.
The party.
Whether the party or the candidate, whichever one. I am saying, because as far as that campaigning, nobody should tell me that they are not campaigning. I saw a very senior colleague I have respect for. He said that they are not. What do you mean they are not campaigning? They are campaigning. Silence means consent. If you use my poster and paste it in a paper road, Maxwell for Senate 2027, I will be the person to supervise people that will pull it down. What am I doing? To pass a message that I'm not a party to it. And I will come to the television to make announcement. I will mobilize people, especially you are the president. The DSSs are under you, everybody under you. What have you done? You pay money indirectly for people to be campaigning for you. Who is a kid in this country? So that one, they are campaigning. And I'm telling you that why the police cannot do their work, DSSs cannot do their work. They only take ratio where they say that president, you are this. That's what they are doing. The things that are causing trouble here. Do you know that this Nigeria is hungry? People are dying, and you are showing the posters. People, they are killing people in hundreds every day, and you are putting billboards. That thing only is enough to cause a very big protest in this country. Had it been that Nigeria is not a banana republic, you can't do it. There are some things that you don't do outside. I know what I'm telling you. Excuse me, sir.
No, let us do the national.
Excuse me.
I agree. Nigeria is.
Allow him, and I tell him that I have not eaten banana this morning.
The point I'm making is that there are some things our politicians are doing and get away with it. I know what I'm saying.
That ought not to be.
Yes, because they believe that they can do it and nobody will protest. No protest in Nigeria again. You are saying that we are not no protest. Have you seen a country that there is no protest?
We are protesting here. We are arguing issues. We are debating matters.
We are not protesting here. How many persons get time to watch this thing? Protest means going to the street. I just came back from Vienna, Austria. Do you know why they are protesting? Do you know why they are protesting, sir? That the wife of one of the, is it as we normally call them, municipal district.
One of the councillors.
The wife bought another dog. And the dog, they know the cost implication of that dog. They said the man should resign. Yeah, there in Vienna last 2 weeks. I said, is that why these people are protesting? So,
okay, over ownership of extra dog.
Yes.
That is extra cost.
The other person in Germany went on vacation with the wife. They said that he must resign because the vacation they asked him to go is only him. How does he get the money that to carry the wife? So these are the items. Now somebody will be doing something here, just like yesterday, day before yesterday. Some persons sat down police with the police uniform, army uniform. They sat down with criminals negotiating. Criminals who are there with AK-47 negotiating in this country.
That's another day.
So because one, when we are saying this thing, most of the persons are listening, and I can't see red. I will call it black. I see black. I will be calling it white because you feel that when you say it will be sanctioned. No, we are not behaving well, and that's why you see somebody 2 years before the election. People are dying. Inflation is on a high rate. The doctors are on strike, and they are telling us to elect you again. Are you supposed to tell us to elect you again? It's not a work that's supposed to tell us.
Okay, but we're talking about asking that for that re-election within the rules. Yes. That's the conversation.
The early campaign, the INEC needs
and that law.
Yes, they should make it as electoral offense.
Okay, but there's something that I'm coming to immediately. There's something that's come out from this conversation that once in this country, the Supreme Court had said the powers of INEC to create timetable is equivalent to a law. If you disobey it, you pay for it. Yes. That Supreme Court pronouncement is like a constitutional amendment. It can be cited.
Judicial precedent.
It's a judicial precedent.
It's 2019. It's case law.
2019.
Yes.
And in 2023, what does the Supreme Court talk about INEC rules?
Timetable.
No.
Timetable
is very, see, with due respect.
Yes, that was coming to yes.
By virtue of the pronouncement of Supreme Court on timetable, it has become our law. And that gives, in fact, the provisions of Electoral Act on issues of timetable is law.
That thing is derived from rules.
With due respect,
it's derived from rules of
INEC. Exactly.
Then the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court 2020, what did they say about the rules of INEC?
No, they said that the rules of INEC is the rules of INEC and the law are two separate things. That's what they said. They distinguish the law and rules of INEC. But in any case, they said that the provisions of timetable is very sacrosanct.
Made by the
rules. Yes. Made by INEC.
Because of they are seizing their powers under the rules.
Yes.
And what did the Supreme Court talk about the rules?
Let me tell you, there are two things. The argument of the Supreme Court in that Peter Obi's case is different from timetable.
The real
arguments are different. The argument of timetable. When you are supposed to do primaries, when your name is supposed to get to INEC, they are sacrosanct.
And then that should include when campaigns should start.
Now, the issue of rules of whether during the time of election, there's what's it called? Transmission of results. That's a different thing. So Supreme Court had dealt with that in a different manner. But in issues of timetable, they have taken it as law. And in any case, every political party in Nigeria today believe clearly that if you don't meet the timetable of INEC, they are out.
That's all.
That's all. Now, in creating sanctions for people who go against that provision of the section, saying what it is INEC that have to sit down and bring out that rules and regulation.
That's all.
And once they bring out the rules and regulation, it becomes a law. And if you want to challenge it, the court is there, go and challenge it. And let us see what the court will say. Because they are independent. And they have to make provisions to make regulations of election.
Actually, to come in, one of the cardinal responsibilities that we have been talking about for INEC is purely becoming an independent commission. By the time they live by their word, by the letter of their name, we will not have all these issues. By the time a competent person who will look at red and call it red, they will be dishing out regulations that every person who violates such regulations will pay dearly for it. Let's take for example, there is nowhere constitutionally where if you file your processes in court on electoral matters and your processes are beyond the specified page, there is nowhere in the law, but there is a rules of court that said if you go against this particular thing and pagination and get this above certain number of pages, you are completely out of it. No matter how beautiful your case is, the judgment of that court will return that you completely failed it, and it is there. So the rules are, sometimes the INEC, for God's sake, Constitution have given them power for regulation.
Exactly.
The provision of Section 94, Section 95 of the Electoral Act 2022 have given them absolute powers again. It is only because on that man whom this particular power has been, how do you now come up and deliver on this particular mandate? These are very, very simple.
Yes.
Okay,
this is what we call delegated legislation. You are already having it. It is delegated to you. And delegated legislation is part of the sources of our laws. When we are delegated these powers to regulate, you are also delegated powers to make sanctions, to be able to make control of what you are giving powers to regulate. And now, as a delegated institution whose powers are to control election, regulate election, we believe that they should have their rules outside clearly stating when and when to start election, and whoever goes against this time, the sanctions for it. And it does not mean that if they disqualify you, it doesn't stop the process of election. You will go to court.
Now let me yes,
the election that brought in that that Bayelsa that the Supreme Court sacked on the basis of the name of the deputy.
Yes.
Is it written? Where is it written now, though?
Okay. I will draw from you, but I want Maxwell to. That's an intervention he wants to make.
You see, when my colleagues are talking, what has been going inside my mind? Are they living in this country with me?
It depends on what you are talking about.
There are some countries that don't have laws, written laws.
Yes.
They don't have written laws. But things are moving in their own country as it is.
Yes.
So there is one local class schools case we call Madokolo and Kendall that this on jurisdiction.
Yes.
That matter, that decision was taken in 1962. Am I right? It's not up to one page. This judgment is not up to one page till tomorrow.
It's cited.
People are still citing it. Now, why do we even? We have the first time we had was what do you call it? The INEC machines now.
Beavers.
The first time we brought in the beavers. That was for 2011 election. Supreme Court carried all those beavers the first time we brought it and put them inside those bins. You know what they said? That is unknown
to law.
To electoral act.
Yes, it's not. Yes.
I agree.
Now
it's not.
Now
but it was incorporated in the new act.
Excuse me. Now it is now incorporated in the new act, and the act did not talk about mandatory transmission. INEC make a rule.
Yes.
Saying that it is mandatory. The same Supreme Court said that since the Electoral Act
did not provide
mandatory
specifically,
is not that INEC policy and rules can be the position of the state. So you see the condition we find ourselves. So this is when I was saying so if these people go ahead to bring down any billboard or do anything, suspend anybody.
Yeah, the political party.
Let us have it as law.
The Supreme Court, judiciary. In fact, I want to stop coming to the studio because I don't know how to put my mouth to talk. They say that you are castigating the judiciary.
Yeah. Let me talk. Calm down.
Because what? Because I think that these things these people are saying will fly when we have a system that is functioning. When we have, in fact, for you to even take a decision, sir, for Trump now, in America now, to make any policy, you first of all check what the court will say. Because courts are busy.
Even the counties can challenge.
Rendering all his policies. But yeah, who can do it? Sir, somebody wake up in the morning and say that I hereby suspend the elected government of the state. Somebody wants to.
We have discussed that here.
Excuse me. Yes. Somebody wants to court and file it.
See, there's no perfect country.
There's a perfect country. Excuse me. Let me finish. There is no perfect. Excuse me. No, we can't. Excuse me, sir. See, we are here. Excuse me. Let me land. Okay. Because when we are talking about there's no perfect country, there's no perfect country. What do you mean by there's no perfect country?
There's no perfect country.
What do you need a perfect life?
With due respect,
you need a better life.
I'm not excusing some illegality that
you are not. I'm not excusing. You are not. You are making. No, I'm giving instances. Excuse me.
Okay, calm down, gentlemen, calm down. And gentlemen, these are two highly elected gentlemen. Otitoji PhD, Marshall Awara PhD. Let's go ahead. I'm the only PhD.
No. The point we are making is that what we are talking about is my father used to tell me that they put evening mass because morning mass is not complete. Are you know what I'm saying? And if this snake head bite you, if you see lizard head, you should be running. So since I've been called to buy, I have not done anything. I'm into pure litigation. I know what I'm talking about. Because if we have a functional, remember that we said when the executive misbehave, you rush to judiciary. When the parliament misbehave, you rush to judiciary. When the judiciary misbehave, you have to run to. That is the essence of this discussion. This shouldn't have been a discussion. Because when you watch the position of the judiciary and know what you're going to get, you won't even think about. In fact, when somebody say you are going to contest 2027, say I beg, please. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there are some things that you ask me now to do as a lawyer. There are some briefs you ask me to do. There are some things. When I remember the use of professional APDC, I will say no. Are you get what I'm saying? So if we have this particular, this thing cannot fly, and INEC chairman know what he's doing, what he's talking about.
Okay, let me take you from there. Maswala has raised a fundamental query about the role of the judiciary in getting INEC to function as an independent organization. His fear is if INEC decides to operate within your two presentations. The Constitution has provided for this. I have these inherent powers, and therefore, since I have the power to regulate, the Constitution cannot say I should, what will I regulate if I cannot determine what should and what should not. What happens to what should not if there's no sanction against it? If I reason that way, Maxwell says, I will not be supported by the judiciary. I won't get the backing of the judiciary. So he says.
Yes.
But gentlemen, do you think that judiciary is the institution not allowing INEC to be independent and use the provisions of the Constitution to perform its function in this matter of early campaign? Chukwemeka, let me begin with you.
Well, we continue to rely and continue to say it to the admiration of everybody that the judiciary remains the last hope of a common man, not only common man now, of everybody.
of even the demand.
Everybody, for the fact that some decisions may not really go by the way some people really. It's just Nigeria is a growing concern. Definitely, there will be a time that things will definitely be perfect, and there is no, as my learned colleague have just said, there is no pure perfect country. But I think the judiciary revolving. There are a lot of things going on. There are a lot of things. Do you think that
this your line of argument is still a destination to be arrived?
Definitely, there is the head. If you look at the kind of sanctions that are going on, trying to recalibrate, trying to sanction within their system, and getting the best. Those who fortify their ages and all that have been shown the way out of judiciary. So I really commend the leadership, which is the head of the judiciary. I feel that the judiciary, definitely we are getting to that point where they will look at the interpretation of regulation and give it the proper meaning.
Okay, Otitoju,
yes, sir.
How do you feel? Do you think that the judiciary is the challenge now into allowing INEC to grow into independent, using its powers as provided for in the Constitution without being hamstrung by the absence of specific punishments prescribed? Are we going to provide punishment for everything, really?
No, judiciary has never been the problem of INEC. Judiciary have always been interpreting laws the way they perceive it to be. Well, like I said, there are some conflicting decisions, but in having conflicting decisions in election matters does not nullify judiciary as being going against. Mistakes happen.
Yes,
they are infallible. They are not
infallible.
Judiciary today has saved this country from serious calamities. Now, is it judiciary that declares state of emergency in Port Harcourt? Is it judiciary? If you don't go to that court, will judiciary have benefit of deciding it? You see, there are so many things that we have today that we have been limited by so many reasons. There are some interpretations that have up to today. Do you know now the River State ENUGU? We have no judicial statement because politicians could not together withdraw cases. It was a political settlement. So, will you blame judiciary for that? If you say you want to withdraw your suit, will the judge say, no, I must decide it? You withdraw your suit and go. And the man will strike it out. So, you don't have benefit of interpretation. And tomorrow you cannot control what to struck out. So, will you not say because of that, judiciary have problem? So, most of these things are still political actors born back to our politicians. And judiciary is also a reflection of our society, because it is the people in the society that becomes a judge. Now, where we need, if my brother is called to the bench now, he will not go. Chief Opara will not go there. Why will he go and be a judge? He's above it, and he cannot sit to be a judge because he has some other benefits. So let us credit some of our judges that are doing well.
There are plenty of them.
Because we have some judges in this country that are still doing well.
Very well of them.
Okay, then
while we have some corruptors, I'm not going to say.
Okay, my producer says, please don't bother the time. I want us to give a cap to this conversation.
Definitely.
The issue is early campaign. The issue is that INEC says it is hamstrung because there are no specific laws.
Let me go.
Two of you have told us that let them first of all test out the power they have before asking for a new law. But Maxwell says, from experience, from pronouncements by the judiciary, they will need to have a new law. If not, they'll be going to court and losing cases, because the courts will insist this thing is not written black and white in the law. So why are you drawing power that you don't have? But I have shown us that the Constitution says that is you are in charge of rules, you are in charge of regulations. Gentlemen, Chukwemeka, your last word. How do we resolve this issue?
We can leave out the issue of criminalizing, because I have said it time without number that non-custodian reprimands are even far better than custodian, reprimands. Some of these rules, there should be sanctions. And when a commission, INEC, pronounces that a particular party logo should not appear in the ballot box, it's enough sanction. That will be enough sanction. Not giving room to bring in some leadership and some governors who will come up tomorrow to announce that before an imam will preach in the mosque, that he should present his sermons.
No, I have better information
before him.
No, I have more. It's not. He didn't say so. The governor of Niger State did not say so.
I didn't mention any name.
No, he did not say so. What he said was that preaching will be licensed. He didn't say bring your sermon.
He still don't have the right.
Thank you.
He does not have the right, latitude.
Thank you.
To prevent people from free speech.
Okay, Maxwell. We're asking for what should we do to address this challenge?
My pattern words is that the security agents should do their work. They should do their work. They should concentrate what is disturbing us, because the attention the security agents has given to Showore and then the camp. Had it been that in 1/4 of it they have given the attention on insecurity, we would not have been where we are today. So last 2 weeks I went to tax office, and I was told that my tax are supposed to pay this year is about 800,000 naira, and they have even told me that by next year it's going to be higher. So I can't be paying my taxpayers' money, and we are using it to be paying an SIN to go and prosecute useless charges, where we have serious matters.
Like we're discussing now.
Like we are discussing. Why should you allow billboards of election that is coming in 2027 to be floating in the entire country, where people are crying for hunger? You say that you have a policy. Is it not distracting you? The president, I'm asking you, is this video not distracting you? Senior President, is it not distracting you? Because if actually you are committed in what you are doing, you will tell them, no, I don't need this. I have been a president of an association, and I tell them one person was I said I don't need collaborations in this platform. I have a lot of things to do in this platform, in this association. I faced the distance. Under 2 years, I brought the association where it's supposed to be. The people that left, to brought them back. We were able to get hectares of land for them. That is what leadership is all about. You are just elected. You said subsidy gone, and instead of you to own up to say that thing was a mistake, you are still there. And as we are talking about it, people are dying. As we are talking to you now, some hospitals there is no doctor. I told you that my secretary nearly collapsed this morning. We rushed him to one general hospital. I don't want to mention the name. No good doctor in emergency. This I have to go to private. When doctors are on strike, and what you are interested in giving beautiful billboard where you are dancing something with your wife, is it not shameful to us?
Anyway, we're talking about that breaching the town.
That police is supposed to use powers and environmentals. As they are chasing all these people that are sent water to go and remove all those billboards, pack them and put them in one dustbin.
Thank you very much. In other words, the police has a role there to play. But it told you your parting word.
My parting word is simple. INEC should be bold enough to provide sanctions for this kind of campaign. Let them be bold enough to make examples of these political parties. That's all I say.
Thank you very much. The ball has been thrown back to the court of INEC this morning. I think there are two contending positions in this conversation. INEC has enough powers. Two of my guests have said yes.
This provision, they are going to National Assembly to ask.
Yes.
What do they tie to it?
No, they want specific laws.
No, they want it to be form part of the electoral
act.
Yes. This one will be part of the electoral
act. Yes. So that any campaign is specified as a crime, let them sanction and the regulation given to them. Let them.
Before we have that one, maybe to be another year.
Thank you very much. Everybody here has contributed wonderfully to this program this morning. Let me thank from my right, Chukwemeka Clement, who's always bringing me clement weather when it comes. Chukwemeka, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Perpetually active, but please, let's take it easy. You're a young man yet, and the time comes and goes by. You discover
future governor of Imo State.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope it becomes, but he doesn't become governor by coming.
Maybe after me. He will now be the governor.
Congratulations, gentlemen, two governors. Are you also going to be a governor?
Maybe.
I find it interesting that I have three prospective governors with me on the program this morning, but they're all lawyers, and we just looked at the complaint by INEC chairman that he needs specific law to be able to tackle the challenge of early campaigns. I want to thank you for investing your time with us this morning. My name is Mwabo Zenjok. Let's meet again tomorrow. Good morning.
Yes.
Breaking down the numbers and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal will reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get a Ogbonge free-to-air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time.
I'm here to invite our first distinguished speaker for this evening's conversation, Mr. Onyebuchi. So Mr. Onyebuchi is a distinguished educationist, public affairs analyst, and disability rights advocate who has dedicated his life work to promoting inclusivity, accessibility, and dignity for all. With a passion for empowering individuals and communities, he has made significant contributions to the fields of education and disability inclusion advocacy. Mr. Onyebuchi has an NCE in English and Political Science from the ENUGU State College of Education, Technical. He has a degree in education from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, and currently he is studying for a master's degree in education management. As an educationist, Onyebuchi has demonstrated a deep understanding of the complexities of the education system and has worked to promote innovative and inclusive approaches to learning. His expertise has been invaluable in shaping education policies and programs that cater to diverse needs. Onyebuchi's advocacy also for disability rights has been instrumental in promoting awareness and understanding of the challenges faced by persons with disabilities. He has worked closely with organizations and governments to develop and implement policies that promote accessibility, inclusion, and equality. Through his tireless efforts, Onyebuchi has made a lasting impact on the lives of countless individuals and communities. His work has helped in the enactment of the 2023 ENUGU State Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Law, promoting a more inclusive and equitable society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. As a champion for education, disability rights, and human dignity, Onyebuchi continues to inspire and motivate others to join the fight for a more just and compassionate world. His legacy serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of empathy, of understanding, and collective action in creating a better future for all. And this evening, Mr. Onyebuchi will be taking the stage to speak on a very important topic, Onyanga na Nwanne, advocating for a more inclusive Ala Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Onyebuchi as he comes up the stage to make his presentation. Please keep clapping until he comes up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so excited hearing my name being mentioned in them, as in, I feel like, who am I? However, today is a special day, I must say. Special thanks to the management of Center for Memories. Director, I salute you and your team. More grace to function. I want to say that I think my standing here is like that of the John the Baptist, because he appeared to clear the road for Jesus. So I am standing here to clear the road for my boss, Sir David Daniele, the Honorable. One of the greatest voices, or one of the greatest voices we have had in the Eastern Nigeria and Africa as a whole, talking about disability inclusion and driving that most desired change in our society. So I salute you. You are welcome to the city of ENUGU. my other fellow persons with disabilities, the media, and our other guests around us here. I will not also forget my very good friends, the students who have been here with us since afternoon. I appreciate each and every one of us. And like I said, my presentation this evening will not take much of our time, knowing that the boss is here. And I think he's one of those who taught us the job, who taught us whatever you see us do today, whatever you hear us say today, is part of what he has planted in us that we are trying to, practice. And I must continuously thank you, Sir David. Yeah, the topic of Onyaya na Nwanneya, the concept of Onyaya na Nwanneya, I think has been an old-time adage in Igbo land, an old-time concept in Igbo land that some of us grew to meet and, unfortunately, will I say, failed to make it a part of our daily lives. Because the concept of Onyaya na Nwanneya, I think, has gone beyond even the international treaties, the Africa Charter, the Nigeria Disability Laws, and other documents that speak about the rights and dignity of man. The concept of Onyaya na Nwanneya reminds us about Onye, that of Egbebere, Ugobere. Eziokwu na na-asị Egbebere Ugobere nke si ibe ya Ebele, asị nkwukwa ya, mana we don't say so these days. We always say, Igosi Eboga, Igosi Eboga Ebe, maka na Ikwa Maro, Ibezi ya. So, the concept of Onyaya na Nwanneya advocating for a more inclusive Ala Igbo. Ala Igbo means Anambra, Abia, Igbo, Ebonyi, Enugu, including our other brothers that are on the other side of the geographical zone of the country that are also Igbos. Unfortunately, like I said ab initio, the Onyaya na Nwanneya concept appears to have been lost because these days a whole lot of things have changed. While I emphasize on the concept of Onyaya na Nwanneya, let me also begin this brief presentation by first letting us know about who is Onyebuchi Mba. Onyebuchi Mba, briefly, is born and brought up here in Enugu State, Uzuwani precisely. Onyebuchi Mba, the only child of his late parents. Onyebuchi Mba was not born blind, but by the provisions of nature, will I say unfairness of nature, I saw myself in the disability world. At the age of 11, by children playing, I lost my first sight, as in my right eye. And by that play, a whole lot of things began to manifest in my life. Knowing the family I came from as such poor family background, and being the only child. Unfortunately, the poor parents couldn't change anything because that saw me through. You making use of my one eye, I finished up my primary education, was taken to Lagos as Igbo man now, pure typical Igbo man, Igbo boy. While in Lagos, I had another incident that a colleague also slapped me on the remaining eye, and that brought about the closure of both eyes. That particular slap that happened in Lagos in 1996 and happened again in 1998 August was on a different occasion by different individuals. And in the year 2000, Onyebuchi Mba, after armed robbery attack that nearly took my life in Lagos in a shop, I told my master that I need to go home. For a living dog, the Bible says, better than dead lion. I returned back home meeting my poor parents. My mother in particular, seeing me return back home blanched, was shocked and fainted. And that shock, after 5 years, she passed on. My father also passed on. Onyebuchi was left alone in the house. People come in, if you want to eat, come to my house. If you want to drink water, come to my house. A reverend father took me to intervened and took me to special school Ojiliba. That was the turnaround.